Evening? Uh, oh, just realizing something. Mm. How are you doing, Tyler, Forgets, and Cliff, and the Furious Brothers? And hello, Remove and Vardine. I will take a sip. I was distracted earlier. I started up for tea, and now I'm realizing, did how long has the water been sitting here waiting for me? I'm not certain if it's really hot enough to make the tea as I wanted it. What is What is a banana rose? What is a banana rose? I haven't actually had a banana, I feel like, in years. I used to eat a number of them because they were freely available. I used to have not quite a banana a day, but close to it. But I haven't had a banana in probably like 3 years now that I know of. Hmm. Yeah, the water was not hot enough to really make the tea. I guess I'm just going to have to wait on it. Now you're making me wonder. So I know that there are flowers for a lot of things out there. Is there a banana flower? What does a banana flower actually look like? Ah, okay. Give me a second. We're going to be reading about Ravenous Hordes, but first, we're going to look at banana flowers. Yes, yes. Okay, I'm going to bring this up. These are banana flowers. Oh, it's a little bit on the side. You get the gist of it. This is a banana flower. It's mm, mm. Looks a bit strange, doesn't it? Oh, you could eat them like as a salad? This looks very pretty. Salad, hold on. Let me bring it up bigger. This looks very pretty. I mean, a lot of things in plants are not edible, you know, but some things are. Mm. Well, I'm under that impression too. I just wanted to make sure because mm, I'm not totally familiar with everything. But yes, generally, most plants have flowers to reproduce. Most. How it looks. How does it taste though? What does a banana flower taste like? Also, is this still a banana flower over here? This looks prettier. And is this more of a decorative banana flower versus a productive banana flower? But yes, there was. Mm, I was advising someone as to flowers some time ago, and it was a case of even even garden tomatoes and lemons and such, those have flowers. It's oftentimes so that they're so small. They're so small and not really worthwhile. They're not decorative, they're productive. So for instance, cherry blossoms. Those will probably actually form into cherry fruits. The thing is that they're not going to be particularly tasty ones because the flowers are decorative more so in those cases. But there are actual cherry cherry plants that have probably less pretty flowers, but the fruit's tasty. And that's fair. That's fair. It might be a case. Well, you'd be surprised. I'm trying to remember. Orchids, right? So there are some places that have orchids as decorations on food, and people don't eat them. They don't think they're edible, but they are. Orchids aren't bad tasting. They're floral, but they're not strongly so. They're not as strong as, say, rose. Rose is actually a little off-putting in how strong it is, but orchids are nice. Orchids are refreshing. Hello, Azurshot. How are you? Let me see. Banana. What do they taste like? What do they taste like? So it seems like it might be more of a case of, as I said with the cherries, I'm guessing that the common banana flowers are not particularly tasty. They might be like too woody or something. However, there are some species of bananas where the flowers are more prized, I suppose, than the actual banana itself. They can be eaten raw, cooked in soups, stews, and curries. Not intended to be eaten? Not by the flower, not by the plant itself, probably. But there are some groups that make them, or use them, apparently. Salads, curries, and soups. They grow in groups of flowers called hands, and like bananas, they're edible. And sometimes, they're called banana hearts. I wonder if it's a bit like, okay, so artichoke hearts. What exactly are artichoke hearts? Oh, okay. Artichoke hearts are the buds before they flower, before they bloom proper. So it might be the same case here, where you eat before it blossoms. Bananarama? Hmm. I don't know what loose raid is. I don't know what loose raid. I don't know what lewd phrase you're talking about. I don't know why I'm tongue-tied today. I was a bit lazy. I was a bit lazy until I had to work out the audio kinks again. I posted on Twitter about my audio woes. I really don't know why it does that. Why it doesn't quite register. It's stuck in a in-between hell. Oh. Oh. Okay, I got the other layer of it. Okay. I can see that. Not literally, just okay. That's right, banana leaves are also used. I've cooked with banana leaves before. Although, again, it's more of an imparting flavor thing in terms of the banana leaves. I don't know if they... Yeah, it's not common to eat banana leaves, but they are used as wrappings to impart flavor. So I've used it for... I believe it was Kahlua pork because I... Hold on. I'm sorry about that. I didn't expect to have a coughing fit. Nasi lamaki? Lamaki. Nasi lamaki. What is that? Oh. Oh. It's tasty. Let me bring this up real quick. This is a how to cook. Or is it? No, it's not exactly a how to cook. This might be a little a highbrow for it. This might be a little highbrow. Open. We're gonna open a new tab. We're gonna zoom in. Zoom in. Oh. The Mac? Okay. Okay. Mm. So I didn't have tea leaves when I was making... was making the Kahlua pork. So instead, the suggestion has been banana leaves because they're more likely to be wired. Actually, I think I have a tea tree starter somewhere. I should dig that out and see if it's still viable. The problem is, I am in a distinctly unsuited environment for it, so I'd have to baby the plant. I would have another thing to. I want to say the word baby again exactly. After the cats, just more plants. I don't need to have one more thing to dedicate myself to. Uncle Roger? That makes sense. That makes sense. I haven't watched too many of his videos except for the one that got him, the really popular one. Oh. Let's see Lamak. Banana flowers, banana leaves. What do they taste like? Something that will grow into a banana. So I wonder if it's more of a starchy thing. Might be more of a starchy thing. Bamboo shoots. So, okay. So like a zucchini flower to a zucchini and that sort of taste. But then again, a lot of people, if you let zucchinis grow too big, they kind of lose the taste. They become watery and flavorless, honestly. So, and I don't know how popular zucchini flowers are either. Zucchini blossoms. I know I've had them a few times, not very often though. I don't grow zucchinis myself because they are... They take over. They take over. There's a... It's the kind of thing where someone thinks they're going to start a garden and they pick up 3 to 4 zucchini plants because that's how they're often sold. The starters. And they don't realize these zucchinis are going to feed themselves, are going to feed their neighbors. There's a joke about you don't leave your cars unlocked during zucchini season because you're going to go into your car someday and find zucchini in there. Someone's going to gift it to you. Surprise gift it to you. Please take the zucchini. Please take the zucchini. There's simply too much. That sort of thing. And I haven't grown zucchini myself. I know some people who have, and I've gotten gift zucchini. It was kind of a case of, I want 1 zucchini, and they're like, take 4. Take 4. You're not leaving here with just 1 zucchini. You can't leave here with just 1 zucchini. Please take them. Please take them. When it comes to like food YouTube, I've watched a bit more of there's, I don't know his name. There is this one person who does educational videos. He'll pick a historical recipe and try to mimic it as close as possible. I'm trying to remember what I watched him make last. It was, I'm probably pronouncing this wrong. Jalebi. He was making jalebi. Which was apparently, I don't want to say it was easy to make necessarily, but the instructions were incredibly good for an old recipe. A lot of the old Western recipes are rather ragged and can be hard to read, or they're very vague, or they expect you to know certain things already. But the jalebi was very detailed in a good way. I haven't had jalebi in a long time either. Jalebi, I should probably also bring up a photo of that. I'm trying to remember. I think it was because it was a holiday. I was looking it up. Jalebi, jalebi, jalebi. That's also known as rabdi. That's instant. Okay. There's a lot of different photos here. They all look a little different, but it's a sweet. I know it as an Indian sweet. But they're... it's not exactly like funnel cake, even though they kind of have the same sort of look. But they're kind of made in the same way, like frying dough in circular patterns. They're covered, they are doused, soaked in a sweet sugary sauce? Syrup. Syrup is the word. It might be a honey-based thing, I'm not 100% certain. So they can be, depending on how fresh they are, I think they can be like crunchy, but also like sticky. But they might be not exactly, they're not soggy, but a bit soft, depending on how long it's been soaking. It's something that I haven't had in a long time again. It's not something you can get. Okay. You're not going to find it at, I think, a lot of restaurants necessarily, but I think there are sweet shops that you can buy them at. And I think they also are sold in packages that you can. Sold in packages, but I don't actually know how it's done. If it's a bit more like a candy counter where they're made every so often, that sort of thing. Because I don't think that they would keep particularly well because of their nature for too long. I don't know if there's a mass-produced kind of thing. We are looking at jalebi. It's an Indian sweet. It's an Indian sweet. Air. Syrup soaked or syrup doused and fried and crunchy. Jalebi. But yes, I was watching someone on YouTube making these from a very old recipe. And they looked rather good. I've never had them like freshly made as far as I know. Not like in someone's home, unfortunately. Or in a restaurant. Again, I don't know if they're sold in most restaurants. A lot of Indian restaurants will go for kheer instead. Or the balls soaked in the dough balls soaked in syrup, like satin syrup. Those are really easy too. What's it called? Hold on. This is. I know what this is. I've seen one or two other sweets, but I don't necessarily know all their names. Like I've had barfi. Barfi sounds really terrible for the name. Okay, I'm thinking of gulab jamun for the sweets. Thinking of gulab. Here's the Indian sweets I'm looking at. So yes, I think a lot of people, if you are familiar with Indian food from restaurants, especially in America, they would have the gulab jamun upper left corner. These guys, these ones, and pudding is another one. Pudding feels a bit like a cop out. They also have a carrot based pudding, which I think is what's down here, which is really tasty. And I've also had let me double check for the barfi. Barfi. Okay, yes, I've had barfi. I've had this style of barfi. It's an almond paste type thing. Again, it's very dense. These are very dense things. You don't necessarily want a lot of them, but having one of these with a cup of tea is really nice. With a cup of chai. Actually, it reminds me a little bit of Japanese sweets, I suppose. With the density and I guess different sensibility for tolerance, sugar tolerance. Apparently, it's popular for barfi too. edible foil coat it in silver. It looks very pretty. I think it would be very nice as a sweet for Christmas, like an alternate to a Christmas cookie. If you know someone who can't have traditional cookies for some reason, maybe they're gluten-free, this might work. It's a fried sale product, yes. If you want to put it that simply, yes. But mm, I cannot get over just I cannot. It is coated in syrup. It's very sweet. Not like a donut. No, think more like funnel cake. Crispier funnel cake coated in syrup instead of it in powdered sugar. Liquidate the sugar. Funnel cake is still a thing that people have, right? Funnel cake? New Mexico. You do get other things though there, right? There are other things. I've been to New Mexico, I think. Let me check. But it was a very long time ago. I want to say you probably have better cuisine when it comes to South American things, don't you? Or Central American food, or restaurants that might be inclusive of that. I think the first Peruvian restaurant I went to was somewhere in the Southwest. It was somewhere in the Southwest. Funnel cake exists, but you have to go to a fair. True. So it's a summer treat. It's a summer treat. I have this up that I'm reading about Ravenous Hordes. I should actually read about Ravenous Hordes. Give me a second. Let me bring out the book. Also, you can't hear the one in the background, can you? He's been crying on occasion. Like that. I'm going to let him into the garden. See if he will be nice. Will you be good? Come on, be good. Please be good. Please be good. He's very mad today. He's very jealous. I may have spent the night with another cat, and he is very upset about that. He's been extra clingy. Don't. He just threw himself onto the mouse pad on top of the mouse. Let's be good. And he's throwing me a look. Like, you can't do this to me. Me. Cat now. I'm with Cat. Screw the heat. So go to independent places. Go exploring. Go find little holes in the walls. But I can also understand the thing about heat. I like heat up to a certain point. Generally more than the colds. Although I'm missing snow right now. Snow hasn't appeared in Snow hasn't appeared in about a month. Snow hasn't appeared in about a month. I'm hoping it will come back. Just a little bit. Just a taste. I need more of a cold snap for the garden. Let's see. I wish I could move the microphone over to him so you could hear him again, but he's not in a... I can't move him over. What? Everyone has such nice cats when it comes to streaming, and then here's my monster. Getting in the way. Getting in the way. Just give me a second. I'm gonna do something that's probably... Okay, okay, I did. Sorry, my face is covered in fur. Okay, we have today for the book. Let's swap over. Actually, today is going to be the Ravenous Hordes. I had a bit forgotten about this one. It might be, it is, I think, 4 or 5 types of creatures. It's 4 or 5 types of creatures. Let's see. But they're split up into different groups. Okay, this is what I'm going to grab. Going to turn down the music and just let the fireplace take over. To go for this. When it comes to this, let's see. The very first one. Oh, for those who are new. Also, I suppose I need to... No longer listening to that. But for those who aren't familiar, Dungeon World is a tabletop setting. Well, system setting? It's both. It's a system first, I suppose. It's a fantasy world. And it is freely available online. Legit. At least part of it is. One of the initial releases is. So, if you want to look it up or play it, it's available online here for free. It's a world of magic, gods and demons, good and evil, law and chaos. Brave heroes venture into the most dangerous corners of the land in search of gold and glory. And we have made our way. This is about a 410-page book. I've been reading through it since August, I think, on stream. And we are at about page 277. We're about 277 pages in. Before I get much further, I'm also going to bring out, because we're reading about monsters, I'm going to bring out the definition of a monster. The definition of a monster. Many things can be monsters. Mimics can be monsters. Vampires can be monsters. Guards can be monsters. Acolytes can be monsters. The definition of a monster is any living or undead thing that stands in the character's way. So it's a very broad definition on purpose. It's a good definition. All it really matters is that it's something that opposes the PCs. Worst monsters of all humans. I want to say, isn't that a common trope in fantasy games? I feel like it is. I've also seen, not exactly the opposite, but close enough to it. I had a game where the players were all humans because it was Worlds Without Number, which I think is very human-centric at its core. Like, there are options to play other races, but they weren't. I guess it's more like additional bells and whistles than anything else. And so we were learning more about the elves who used to inhabit the world before the humans. And what happened to the elves? Where did they go? And we were part of the team was kind of building up a case of the elves were the elves were good guys, the humans were assholes to them, and it turned out to actually be the case of no, the elves were assholes first. No, the elves deserved it. I don't want to say it was exactly a twist. Oh, did you hear that? Did you hear that? Are you going to see that again? What was that about? What was that about? Sorry, he just. My cat. He just meowed. He wasn't even looking at me. He just has his head and his front paws resting on my arm. And he just cried for no reason. Just cried for no reason. People being assholes. Yeah. The elves were afraid of humans. It was a different trope. The elves were afraid of humans. So, easy option is war. Easy option is war. And usually it turns out, for flips like that, well, maybe not flips, but whatever side you're on, that's the evil side, right? Whatever side the players are on. You gotta give the players a switcheroo, but no. No, the elves deserved it. Thank you for the follow, Pepilif. Pepilef? Pepilef. Yeah? Yeah? What are you going to do about it? I'm yelling at you. What are you going to do about it? No. Nothing. That's right. Nothing. Yes. So, for the Ravenous Hordes, this is going to be approximately 4 types of creatures divided up into multiple subtypes. We have the Formian Hives, the Knoll Packs, the Orc Tribes, and the Triton Armadas. I really don't like the idea of Formians. Maybe idea is not right word there. Formians. I don't like insects. I don't like insects. Especially gardening. I don't like insects. It's really a shame. It's really a shame. Oh. Sorry, someone just poked me. Thank you for the follow, Astral Teacup. Okay. So we have Formian Centurions. They are horde, intelligent, and organized. I'm not a goblin. I'm not a goblin. I'm a garden elf. Please believe me. Where are goblins in here? Did we already pass goblins? We did pass goblins. We did pass goblins. And we passed kobolds. I should get another one for rolling tears. Horde, intelligent, organized. They have a barbed spear for for the best of 2d6 and then +2 damage. And they have 7 hit points and 3 armor. Their tags for combat are close and reach. And special qualities: hive connection, insectoid, and wings. The Formian Centurion, 2d6 of damage. Yeah, for 7 hit points too. And it's the best of 2d6, but these are meant to be the warriors, I believe. Let me look. Oh, wait, I skipped a few. We're going to skip around a little bit. We're reading about the Centurions first. We're reading about Centurions first. I missed the drone and the Taskmaster. I skipped a page. But, and they're horde too. So this is not something easy for the players to overcome, these creatures. Formian Centurion. Whether in the form of a legionnaire, part of the Formian standing army, or as a Praetorian guard to the Queen, every Formian hive contains a great number of these most dangerous insectoids. Darker in carapace, often scarred with furrows and the ceremonial markings that set them apart from the drones. The Formian Centurions are their fighting force, and rightly so. Born, bred, and living for the singular purpose of killing the enemies of their hive, they fight with one mind and 100 swords. Thus far, the powers of law have seen fit to spare mankind a great war with these creatures, but we've seen them in skirmish, descending sometimes on border towns with their wings flickering in the heat, or spilling up from a sandy mound to wipe clean a newly dug mine. Theirs is an orderly bloodshed, committed with no pleasure but the completion of a goal. Instinct, the fight as ordered. Other moves include advance as 1, summon reinforcements, give a life for the hive. Thank you, Snakes? Snakes? Which way does it go? For the follow. Thank you either which way for the... So yes, they are dangerous creatures. Dangerous creatures. Then, if I skip back up a little bit to the previous page, Formian drone. Horde, organized, cautious. They have a bite for d6, 7 hit points, and 4 armor. And just looking at another one where it's kind of a wait. These are the Ravenous Hordes. Why is that not a horde? So, the Formian drone. Special qualities include hive connection and insectoid. They do not get wings. But why do drones need wings anyway? Every time I look this way, I'm looking at my special guest. Sorry. Oh. Is he finally coming into my... No, he's not. I thought he would come into my arms, but no, he's embarrassed, so he's grooming himself. Come over here. No. Come here. No. I don't know if you could hear that crack. It's part of the same horde. So I guess there's like an overarching horde, and then there's sub-hordes, if that makes sense. So, you have the horde as a whole. An anthill, perhaps, might be the best. Nope. Anthill would be the best comparison. So the anthill is composed of a few different types of creatures, right? It's been a very, very long time since I've seen ants. Or a bug's life. Or, I should also say, I've never seen Bee. I've never seen the Bee movie. Ever. I plan to keep it that way. I think it's for the best. But So for bees and ants and such, there's the queen, of which there should be only one. Then there's what, the escort, so to say. And then is the rest drones or other types of bees? I know for ants that they do have like attack ants versus drone ants. Meow, meow. Can you hear him? Formian drone. The Formian drone only has a range of close. Let him purr. He's not going to purr. He is angry. It is a half hour before dinner time. It's a half hour before dinner time. He's not going to purr for me unless I force them out. Unless I pick them up, and then it might be, you might hear it. ASMR, cat wrestling. What do you want? What do you want? Not going to purr. One day I'll catch him purring. Again. Samans? I had that on floppy disk back in the day. I had it on floppy disk. I saw a copy of Sim Life somewhere. Or was it Sim Earth? I think it was Sim Life. I had such beautiful, not beautiful. I remember being very impressed with it when I was younger, with Sim Life. Sim Ants was nice as well, but it was a little scary. It was a little scary. With the spiders. The spiders. You have to understand. The spiders were scary. The spider attacks were scary. I didn't try to go inside the house or anything. Yeah. So I didn't. I didn't. I might still have access to the floppy disk, but at the same time, don't need the floppy disk anymore to get it, probably. It's probably what on Good Old Games? No, I didn't know you could kill the spider. It wouldn't be surprising that you could kill the spider in Saman. But I took the easy way out and just avoided that altogether. But yes, looking back on Sim Life nowadays and just kind of was it really that awful looking? Was it really that awful looking? I want to say, at least Alpha Centauri still kind of lives up to my childhood memories, but maybe that's also because I've played it a bit more recently, a bit more often. And also, it's not quite so old. I think there's a good, maybe not a decade in between. It feels like a decade, though, in terms of appearances. Feels like a decade. You missed Formian Centurions. I started on the second page of the Ravenous Hordes instead of the first page. And also talking about Indian desserts and banana flowers, which are edible, but don't particularly taste like banana exactly. Banana flowers to bananas, like zucchini flowers to zucchinis. So you just have to bring out the Ravenous Hordes in Simans onto the spiders. Wait, what do you mean control the spider? Do you mean like a mod thing? Or if there was, I'm trying to remember, sometimes they had basically unlocking the game, they had, more on rails. I shouldn't say on rails. Follow the rules or free mode. So it was kind of a, what? You could take control of the spider? Really? Spiders are scary. I'm going to go against my better judgment and look up this sim ant spider because again, I'm going based on okay, no. It looks really uh, it's filling up the screens of other spiders too. It's filling up the screens of other spiders too. Mm. Can I play? It must have been like this. It must have been like this. Okay. Spider scream. I'm going to bring a picture of the spider, and you're going to laugh because it really isn't that bad. But at the same time, just I can't. I don't like insects, and I must have gotten used to the ants because for the most part, the imagery of the ants is rather low. But the spiders. Okay, I'm going to. I'm going to do this, you guys. This is the spider in Cement. This is the spider. And for the most part, for your ants, it's very low tech, right here, like this. So, or for the ants, I could get over that. I could get over that as someone who doesn't like looking at insects. The spider, a bit much, a little bit much, and then, and then, this, I can't even look at the screen right now. I'm going to close the screen. I can't see what you're saying, but this creature, when it comes up with things like this, I don't want to do it. I'm just going to do not interact with the spider at all. No, it's still here. Okay, I missed the click. I missed the click. It looks like it has glasses. Spiders. I will just stay in the antholes. What did the cement spider? I think I spent most of my time in the anthole mode, so to speak, which looked a bit more like. Okay, got a few screenshots lined up here. Oh, this is an Amiga screenshot, whatever, it's close enough. So there's a couple different views. You saw the view of the above ground, so to speak. But there's also the view. Let's just open a new window. So there's a view like this of the tunnels that you can build. So I spent, I think, a lot more time building tunnels, honestly. But when you're first starting off, it would look more like this with just one queen and a baby sort of thing. This is a very early game screenshot. But eventually you could get something else that looked like this. And then, if you wanted to expand your colony, or rather, maybe that's not the right word. You want to expand to different areas. There is a different view where you could go to different tiles essentially that look like this. And I didn't do this very much either. Honestly, I didn't expand out very much. If you dig all the way to the bottom, you dig into the bottom of the. Wait, whoa. I don't think I ever made it that far. Maybe I can conquer my fear of the spider and get through this. Or there must be a very simple mod I can make that would replace it with something else. Like an image replacement mod. Someone has to have made it. Granted, at the same time, this is a game all about ants, so I feel like maybe they wouldn't. No one would feel the need. Just like there are some mods for games where you turn on arachnophobia mode, really. Is there an arachnophobia mode for Sim Ant that someone's modded in? Please tell me. There is. Am I scared of jumping spiders? Yes. Yes, I am. I'm scared of jumping spiders. I can take dealing with spiders in real life to a small extent. I can take care of small spiders myself. I cannot take care of big spiders. Mm-hmm. I don't know if I'd be able to play an insect simulator that would be much more detailed than that. Sometimes I think, oh, Hollow Knight looks cute, but at the same time, it's insect based, and it might depend on how detailed they get. I don't think they get that detailed though, and it's a much cartoony look. But thank you for the follow, Sushi Heroes and Dungeon D1. You don't think that would happen? It might still be possible though. Might still be possible. Maybe I can, depending on how it's done, depending on how the information is stored, might be able to do it myself. How hard could it be? How hard could it be to mod a really, really old game? Please don't answer that. I'm spooked by things that aren't spooky at all. I'm spooked. I've had the stupidest jump scares that aren't jump scares. There's a human standing where I don't expect them in my house. I might shriek. In the game, I mean. That happened in Witcher. That happened in Witcher. If it's the wrong day, or right day, depending. Everyone has their fears. Yes, everyone has their fears. Mine happens to be spiders and other things that go bump in the night, of which there are a lot. Might be a way to get. I don't know about that. I don't know if that would apply to the real life things. Okay, it's ants. Don't expect me to sign up for a like pet a spider, pet the tarantula, or just stick your hands in the box of tarantulas. That's not happening. I don't need to go through that. I have spent how to put this. I haven't had to do it so far in life, so I'm not going to start now. I'm not going to start now. Using a shotgun to kill a spider? Unless it's, I suppose it depends on how big it is. It really depends. Because once you start getting into, I would imagine a shotgun, only if the spider is tarantula size or larger. Even then, I think it would be like tarantula size is probably borderline too small, honestly. But at the same time, it's also a case of if it's tarantula sized, you can't really use a shoe. You can't really use a shoe. And that's really where the draw is. I feel like it's not a repressed memory exactly, but a very slight memory of being fairly young and seeing a gigantic spider shadow in the window. The kind of spider that could not, or rather, maybe not could not. Multiple hits with a shoe would need to happen to kill that spider. Or it would be a disgusting crunch. And then trying to get someone to help me to take care of the spider. It's terrifying. It's dark. It's in the window. I can see the light shining around it. Coming back, and it's gone. That spider was gone. Where did it go? It's living in the house right now. I can still visit that house where that spider went missing. It may not still be alive, but where are the children? If there's that big of a spider, as a parent, I can't deal with that. I can't deal with that. I don't want to deal with that. Clown shoe? I don't have any clown shoes. My feet are size like 8? Women's? They're not clown shoe size. I don't stock clown shoes. No, I don't. Clipboard? So, looking at the game last night, ranged weapons would be better for dealing with spiders, but at the same time, reaction speed of the spider. Fly swatter. They sell these like gun fly swatters. I've seen them. I don't know what the word is for them. It's not a traditional. It's not a traditional fly swatter. Where I would say it's a bit of a. Mace is not the right word either for that style. What is the style? Not whip either. There's another word for it. Paddle. So when I think traditional fly swatter, I think of a paddle, a flexible paddle. But there's another type of fly swatter. I don't know if it's called that, where it's a basically like a little gun. You pull the trigger, and it has this big, similar to the paddle type fly swatter, where it's a big circle on the end, like a suction cup dart type thing, except instead of the suction cup portion, it's a big fly swatting plastic thing, plastic sheet. And that would be good for killing spiders. It would be, oh, although that may have only been because it was, maybe that was just a lie they told me, actually. Now that I think about it, maybe it was just a lie. I was told that the fly swatter of this type worked better because we were farther up in altitude, so the flies were slower. But if the flies are slower at a higher altitude, shouldn't we also act slower too? Does it not work that way? I didn't put that together when I was younger, when I was told this with that fly gun. Now, but frog tongue style? Frog tongue style, maybe. It could help if I could spell frog tongue. A beetle walking away. You just created a super beetle. Or you, maybe not created. You found a super beetle. Okay. So fly tongue style, I suppose, is I don't know. I suppose it might be. It doesn't show up with that sort of name. I'm finding our frog tongues. Maybe fly gun. What is a fly gun? Fly shooter. Okay, so I guess it's called a fly shooter sometimes, what I'm thinking about. There's also salt guns too, I've heard of. Like bug assault. I should probably actually pick that up because of invasive creatures. Invasive bugs. All this because of Formians. All this because of Formians. So, maybe, except a frog tongue is a lot smaller than what I'm thinking of. If you do look up fly guns, though, it seems to come up with something a bit closer. Fly shooters. They were useful. The fly doesn't have as much time to get out of the way, or so I've been told. Just arm a child with that if you have a fly problem. Arm a child with a gun for flies. Oh, actually, I no longer have cat. I no longer have cat. So the Formian drone. With good cause, they say that these creatures, like all insects really, are claimed by the powers of law. They are order made flesh, a perfectly stratified society in which every larva, hatchling and adult, knows its place in the great hive. The Formian is some strange intersection of men and ants. Though there are winged tribes that look like wasps out in the western desert, I've heard, and some with great sawtooth arms like mantids in the forests of the east. Tall, with a hard shell and a harder mind, these particular Formians are the bottom caste. They work the hills and honeycombs with a single-minded joy that can be known only by such an alien mind. Instinct to follow orders. Special moves otherwise include raise the alarm, great value for the hive, assimilate. So, ye old drone. And above the drone, in the hierarchy, is the Formian Taskmaster. So that's how they did it. So these aren't in alphabetical order, these are in caste order, roughly. Hierarchy. Formian Taskmaster. Group, organized, intelligent. Spiked Whip, for D8 damage, 6 hit points, and 3 armor. For attacks, they have close and reach for ranges. Special qualities. Hive Mind, Insectoid. It takes 2 hands to rule an empire, 1 to wield a scepter, and 1 to crack the whip. These ant folk are that whip. Lucky for them, with 2 extra arms, there's a lot of whip to crack. They oversee the vast swarms of worker drones that set to build the mighty caverns and ziggurats that dot the places that Formians can be found. 1 in 100, these brutes stand 2 or 3 feet taller than their pale, near-mindless kin and have sharper, crueler wit to match. They'll often ignore the soft races, as we're known, if we don't interfere in a project, but get in the way of the great work and expect nothing less than their full attention. You don't want their full attention. Instinct to command. Special moves include order drones into battle, set great numbers in motion. So after that is the Centurion, which we covered. So kind of a case of, this is order of that? There's only one more Formian to cover, and that is the Queen. Formian Queen. Solitary, huge, organized, intelligent, hoarder. She has, for an attack, crushing mandibles for d10 plus 5 damage. It's kind of a case. 24 hit points and 3 armor. So, but to first get through to her, you have to beat the Centurions, which were the best of 2d6 plus 2. So, the Centurions hit harder. The Centurions hit harder. But she has a higher maximum, I suppose, because the highest the Centurions can go is 12. Formian's Queens can go up to 15, technically. She'd have to get rather lucky with the d10. 24. 24 hit points. It's not the most in the book. It might be the most that we've seen so far. We skipped ahead a while. The Centurions were 2d6 plus 2 damage and 7 hit points each. And 3 armor. So they have the same armor. But also Centurions are horde creatures. So there's going to be, again, a lot of them. The Centurions are the best of 2d6. Or better of 2d6. So roll 2d6 twice and come up with get the better one from that set. Mm. But yeah, so Roaming Queens, higher max, worse average. Although, mm, would it be worse average, I guess? So the average of 2d6 would be what, 6.5? 7? Something like that, right? But it's also the better of that twice. I don't know mathematically how to make that better. Like how to add that in. Versus a d10, which has a 5.5. But then, so you have 6.5 plus 2, 8.5. And then you have, what? 5.5 plus 5. So, it really depends on if the advantage, so to speak, helps it play out better. 7? Fair. But still, it'd be 9 versus 10, 11. So, I think the advantage is usually worth at least like two more points. Something like that. So it all hinge on that. But also, you 24 hit points. Also, a difference in attack ranges. So the Centurion can attack close and reach. The Queen attacks reach and forceful, so she can only do mid-range-ish. It's like not exactly mid-range, close mid-range, I guess. Something like that. And forceful too, so it makes a mess. It's messy, I think. Oh, wait, no, messy was a separate tag, wasn't it? I think messy was a separate tag. Let me check tags. Forceful, forceful, forceful. Order, stealthy, terrifying, cautious, construct, ladder. Oh, you can't do this to me, cat. You can't. Unrelenting strength is what gives it forceful. Unrelenting. Okay. They don't exactly define it in here, honestly. There was another issue I had with that where they didn't fully describe it in the monster tag section exactly. Because they do have monster tags, but that might be a case of it being something described later in the game. Game book. So for the Queen, she also has special qualities of hive connection and insectoid. She doesn't have wings, or maybe she does have wings and they're simply non-functional. I feel like that could also work for her because she's huge. Well, I would say dragons are huge too, right? But they would also be able to fly. So I guess that wouldn't be the limiting factor. Just decorational wings. Formian Queen. At the heart of every hive, no matter its size or kind, lives a queen. As large as any giant, she sits protected by her guard, served by every drone and taskmaster with her own singular purpose: to spread her kind and grow the hive, to birth the eggs, to nurture. We do not understand the minds of these creatures, but it is known that they can communicate with their children somehow over vast distances and that they begin to teach them the ways of earth and stone and war, while still pale and wriggling larvae, without a word. To kill one is to set chaos on the hive. Without their queen, the rest turn on one another in a blind, mad rage. Instinct to spread formians. Special moves include call every formian it spawns, release a half-formed larval mutation, organize and issue orders. Just a half-formed larval mutation. Kind of a surprise. Battle wasn't done. It's stage 2. You killed the queen too quickly, so we're doing stage 2. I could see that working out. As large as a giant. Laura, a large boulder the size of a small boulder. Boulder. If they are ant-like, but I'm sure you could flavor it as something else, as they earlier did. They do say, actually, in the first one for the drones, there are winged tribes that look like wasps out in the western desert, and some with great sawtooth arms like mantids in the forests of the east. In the hive, as large as a giant. Any giant. So it's kind of a, what is the smallest giant? What is the average size of a giant? We did tag a hill giant earlier. How big is a hill giant? Oh, do you remember the description of a hill giant? Ever seen an ogre before? Bigger than that. Dumber and meaner too. Hope you like having cows thrown at you. So, we know a hill giant. Okay, so. The Formian Queen is the size of any giant. The only giant we have a comparison for is the hill giant. So, we'll say any giant is equal to a hill giant. And a hill giant is bigger than an ogre. And how big is an ogre? Bigger than a human, we can estimate, simply because an ogre is a split off from a human in a way. Or rather, humans and ogres split off into two different directions once upon a time. They have same roots, different trunks. Is that something that can work? Different shoots from the same fungal mass. Like onions. Actually, I was going to say, do onions work that way? Yes, onions work that way. Sort of. So yes, like onions. But they only say that ogres grew in the darkness. That's it. They bred tall and strong and full of hate. So, an ogre is bigger than a human. A hill giant is bigger than an ogre. And a Formian queen is the size of a hill giant. Ogres are like onions? Yes, yes, ogres are like onions. Growing in the darkness. Probably needing a little bit of cold to get off the ground. It's the dark and the cold that makes them. So they are just like onions. Onions need a cold snap, don't they? Most root vegetables do. Or rather, I should say most bulbous plants do. So we also know that a hill giant is big enough to throw a cow. So let's say also a hill giant is about the size. Actually, yeah, that's the case. So would a 9-foot tall creature made of bundled muscle, would that be able to throw a cow? Would that be able to throw a cow? I don't honestly know. I I kind of I think this probably happens for humans too. Losing track of how tall people are after a certain point in height. I can imagine someone who's 6 foot. I think I've met people who were 6'6". I can't really imagine someone who's 7 feet tall. Because it's not just about the sheer height of it too, right? They also grow a bit wider usually, unless there's extenuating circumstances. So it's wait, I just remembered. I saw a cutout of Shaq. I think it was Shaq. In the past few months, I saw a cutout of Shaq, and it was just kind of, that is really big. Wow. How big is Shaq? I think it was Shaq. How tall is Shaq? And just thinking, there's that photo of him. He's 7'1", and so just how big would someone? How monstrous would someone be if they were 9 feet tall? Maybe they would be able to lift a cow. I don't know. 2 more feet to Shaq, but again, you have to also add to like the width of it too. And Shaq is the one where they have photos of him holding a water bottle, and it looks like really tiny compared to him, right? It's like one sip for an entire water bottle, and here I am holding my glass, my 8-ounce glass, and it's kind of a, you know what? The proportions, the proportions. The 8-ounce glass in my hand is like an entire 16-ounce water bottle in Shaq's. Robert Wadlow. But he was also... Let's see. Grabbing a photo of him out. I think I would want a photo of someone who's about my height against him. And for old people, old photos, it's very much a case of, do they have a photo of him next to a measuring tape or something? Just because looking at these photos again, it is very much a case of going to bring up a photo, the photo sets real quick for this. Robert Wadlow. It is so very tall, as you can see here. But then again, how tall is she, really? I don't have a good estimate. And then this photo again. Okay, I suppose there's the case of the chair. Assuming it's a regular chair, perhaps. Man. And such low quality. Like, I can't even see where his knees are. I'm just estimating where his knees are. A photo next to his dad. This one? Perhaps? Average height? What, though? Is average height for a man in that time 6 foot? Is it 5'6"? What is it? So, I suppose it would be a case of, like, thinking about how high I stand in comparison. 5'7", 5'9". So, I might come up my head, I might just reach this man's shoulders. Probably not quite. Probably not quite, actually. Okay, that's a bad comparison. That's a bad comparison. But again, he's also very narrow for someone who's almost 9 feet tall, isn't he? I can't really imagine. Maybe more like 10 feet then? 10 feet for a giant that can throw cows? 400. That much bone, yes, and everything needed to sustain a height like that. I could imagine. Yeah. When you're smaller, you just simply don't weigh that much. There's also photos of him next to women too. But then again, thinking about how much shorter a lot of younger generations are. Average height person from the Netherlands. Hmm. I haven't met too many. Wait, I have met some people, I think, maybe from the Netherlands. But I've never had to stand next to them. I've never felt that short. Although, I know some people from some humans who are from that sort of stock, so to speak, and I I feel so short next to them. I'm not particularly short for an elf. I'm not particularly tall either, but I am very consistently the shortest person in the room when I'm in the room with any of the women from this one human family. I'm not quite used to that. I'm not quite used to that. Imagine what? Being the shortest person in the room. Now that I think about it though, I guess again, I guess it's a lot based on age. It's a lot based on age. You don't need to imagine you live that life too. It's again not exactly that you're short, it just happens to be that everyone else is taller. I do know shorter people. Although I am the shortest of my siblings. I'm the shortest of my siblings, but not by a whole lot. Not by a whole lot. But I have one side of my family, one side of the elves, my father's side, they're all rather tall. My mother's side are all rather short. So it kind of evens out to be average. But one side has a lot more women than the other. By far, by far, by far. In that side, they're all. I honestly don't know what the definition of, like the legal definition of a short person is. But I think most of them fit that definition, honestly. So I've never felt particularly short because of that until I go over to the other side of the family and they're all tall. We're talking about height. We're talking about height. It's not more they're not goblins. They're not goblins. They're just elves can be a bit short too. Some elves can be short. Some elves can be short. It's not that they're under 4'6". They're not under 4'6". They're not technically short stack territory. They're just between like 4'6" and 5 foot for the most part. For the most part. That might also be honestly due to nutritional issues though. Times were tough. Times were tough. Times were tough for a while. What's with that face? Danny DeVito-esque. They're like little twigs. They're like little twigs. 5 foot is not short stack territory. It needs to be shorter than that. It needs to be shorter than that. Also, so there's a short portion, there's also the stacked portion. They're missing that part too. They're missing that part too. Yeah, you need to have both. Do they have to be 4'5"? I. Stage 1, it's. Not denial. Goblins are usually shorter than that, though, right? I haven't met too many goblins, but I feel like they've always been shorter than that. So we read the Formian Queen. What comes after the Formian Queen? The Knoll Packs. The Knoll Packs. So, there's not a whole lot for gnolls, actually. This might be rather short altogether. Gnoll Tracker is the first gnoll. They are group, organized, and intelligent. Thank you for the follow, Fanta bottle. Just kind of a, I hope it wasn't the eye discussion. Let's see, let's see, let's see. Null tracker group organized intelligent. Bow for D8 damage. 6 hit points. 1 armor with ranges of near and far. Special qualities, scent tracker. Actually, hold on. I don't know what the stages are. Also, I want to say there's nothing to be grieving about in this case. There's nothing to be grieving about. Also, how many stages are there? There's a bunch. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to go through the other stages for this because it's not true. It's simply not true. Null tracker. Once they sense your blood, you can't escape. Not without intervention from the gods, or the Duke's Rangers at least. The desert, Scrab, is a dangerous place to go exploring on your own, and if you fall and break your leg or eat the wrong cactus, well, you're lucky if you die of thirst before the gnolls find you. They prefer their prey alive, you see. Cracking bones and the screams of the dying lend a sort of succulence to a meal. Sickening creatures, now. They'll hunt you slow and steady as you die. If you hear laughter in the desert winds, well, best prey death comes to take you before they do. Instinct to prey on weakness. Other special moves include doggedly track prey and strike at a moment of weakness. Acceptance is not acceptance. It's not acceptance. Oh, my tea. Give me a second, my tea. It's cold, but it's tasty, at least. Next is the Gnoll Emissary. They are solitary, divine, intelligent, and organized. For attacking, they have a ceremonial dagger for D10 plus 2 damage, 18 hit points, and 1 armor. And they have range of close and reach. Special qualities, scent. Wait. I'm a little confused. So they have scent tracker, but they also just have scent. Straight up scent. That's a bit strange. So are they particularly... There's a word for this too. There's a word for this that isn't smelly. It's not smelly. Fragrant, perhaps? Are they particularly fragrant creatures, the emissaries? Is that what they're trying to go here? Gnoll Emissary. Oh, an emissary. How nice. I suspect you didn't know the gnolls had ambassadors, did you? Yes, even these mangy hyenas have to make nice sometimes. No, not with us. Not the dwarves either. No, the emissary is the one among his packmates who trucks directly with their dripping demon lord. Frightening? Too right. Every hound has a master with his hand on the chain. This gnoll hears his master's voice, hears it, and obeys. Instinct to share divine insight. Special moves include pass on demonic influence and drive the pack into a fervor. So, emissary to the gods is what he is. I wonder why they chose the word emissary. and not something else. Like, wouldn't that be a priest? Or shaman or something like that? Probably more like a priest, though. Maybe it's more because of bargaining nature? But again, they don't really seem to do that. Bargaining. Because they listen and obey. Hmm. And the next one is the top dog in the chain. The top dog in the hierarchy. The null alpha. They did. Hmm. So there's the whole concept of wolves and alpha, beta, omega, right? Didn't they? Hmm. Sorry, I'm hearing someone in the background. He's angry because I'm talking about dogs. He doesn't like dogs. They retracted that, didn't they? Essentially, the whole alpha, beta, omega concept. It doesn't really work with wolves. It's not how they act. Isn't that something that's happened recently in the past few years? I remember reading a lot of stories like that when I was much younger. I think there was an entire series that was based around a girl who lived with wolves. Don't remember what the title. Jane? No. It wasn't like Jane. Was it? Jane of the Wolves? No. It sounds too simple. It sounds way too simple. No. Hmm. Misha and the Wolves? No, 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 no. Not exactly. But green skin. Tarzan? No. Julie of the Wolves. It was Julie of the Wolves. A Jean Craighead George book series. So there was Julie and Julie's Wolf Pack as well. And these were books from, it was originally published in 1972. And then Julie came out in 94 and Julie's Wolf Pack came out in 97. Perhaps it was a Newbery Medal Award winning book for its time. So let's see. She wrote My Side of the Mountain as well. So that was the kind of thing that she liked. Or rather, I suppose she understood that young people liked. Let me run away from home and go live in the woods in peace, all alone. Brewing my chamomile tea and getting slightly drugged off of that. Who needs people? But for green, my green skin, I'm a garden elf. I'm. My name is Evening Primrose. That's what's in my hair. Those flowers are a part of me up top. And if I. Give me a second. Give me seconds. Let me put the book away really quickly so you can see. I have flowers on my dress as well. And I have flowers under the dress. Those are all part of me, actually. They're real flowers. But. So, not part of exactly of a D&D official setting or campaign or anything like that. But think of garden elves as something. They're elves, but they're a bit closer to plants, to the wilds, than a traditional elf. My father is Evans. My mother is Lilac. So, to give you an idea of what they probably look like, you can kind of imagine from those names, right? You can imagine from those names. I can do a bit of season shifting and changing colors, but I personally haven't done that in a long time. I very much like the current form I'm in. I like the current form I'm in. But maybe sometime. Maybe sometime. So I'm not stuck at green exactly. It's just something I enjoy. It's something I enjoy. But then again, actually thinking, you recognize a lilac, right? You probably don't recognize an Avens. Was I the only person who read a lot of stories like that when they were younger? I not aimed exactly, that's probably not the right word. Also, thank you for the follow, Decoper. I tried to find books from the point of view of animals, or as close to that as possible. So I did read, I believe, My Side of the Mountain and Julie of the Wolves. Sometimes they were the closest that you could get to animal perspective. I feel like that fell out of vogue, that type of writing, though. Maybe it's come back? I don't know what young adult fiction is like nowadays. So, the last one we had was the Knoll Alpha. So they are solitary, intelligent, and organized. They have a sword for the best of 2d10 damage, 1 piercing, 12 hit points, and 2 armor. So gnolls are easier than Formians to deal with, it looks like, based on their leadership. Have a good night, Tyler. Sleep well. I have to admit, I often take naps during ASMR streams too. Sometimes I'll turn them on and then go right back to sleep. It's really hard to avoid. But I feel proud of myself for waking up in the first place to catch it. Especially when they're early afternoon. Every pack has its top dog. Bigger, maybe. That'd be the simplest way. Often, though, with these lank and filthy mutts, it's not about size or sharp teeth, but about cruelty. About a willingness to kill your brothers and eat them while the pack watches. Willingness to desecrate the pack in a way that cows them to you. If they're that awful to each other, to their living kin, think about how they must view us. It's hard to be mere meat in a land of carnivores. Instinct to drive the pack. Other special moves include demand obedience, send the pack to hunt. Formians. That is true. They did mention that Formians do not go out of their way to deal with humans or elves or anything like that. They are content in their own little worlds, pretty much, unless someone crosses them. If someone starts digging a stick into their anthill, of course they're going to come out and play. Roughhouse. I probably shouldn't be using that word. It implies a bit of humanity that I think the Formians just do not have, or not capable of. The gnolls, though, I could see that being kind of a thing. It's roughhousing, even though someone's leg is torn off. I feel like, in a way, they're a bit easier to understand the perspective of. Modrons, but boring. I don't have a whole lot of experience with Modrons, honestly. I've read a little bit about them. I've had some points of interaction with them in campaigns, but of course everyone runs them a little differently. I think you could make Formians interesting, though. But this is what the ranking is for, isn't it? But there is no Modrons in here. I think those are probably a bit too heavily steeped in D&D lore. Hmm. Like Forgotten Realms. Let's see, let's see. So we have the Gnolls are done. We've gotten through 2 of the 4. Modrons? Honestly, I don't know. I just kind of assume that for a lot of things, they are more specific than not. So Modron is a figure in Welsh tradition, but then there's also that has nothing really to do with the original or with the D&D Modron. So Modron is a single character, supernatural mother figure. Again. So when it comes to Modrons in Forgotten Realms, Spokesmodron. When were they introduced? What is the first reference point that I can find for them? Do they say what their first appearance is here? They were in 1E. So, what is the source for this? Languages. So there's 94 book. There's a 2014 book. This is 1E. Tell me about 1E. 2001 book. Planescape. Was Planescape 1E though? It wasn't, was it? Okay, so we have City System, 1988. That might be the earliest. Because then we also have something from Dragon in 89. 97, 85, 83. So they were from Monster Manual 2, first edition, in 83, it looks like. So, I wonder, in that case. Sorry, someone is crying. Someone is crying very hard. It's kind of a case of what if I look up the origin of Modrons? Let's see, let's see, let's see. They were only fleshed out in Planescape. There seems to be a thread about from 2016 talking about where they came about. So initially they were maybe by Jeff Grubb? Looks like that. Duran's a single being. But Planescape seems to be a common thing, I suppose. Like that's when they came about. Not came about, that's when they became popular and more fleshed out. There's also talk of what? Thank you for the raid. Thank you, Ezra Spell. And welcome Nikorosco and Maestro and Zal562. And thank you. I don't even know what to put here. Oh, also thank you for the follow, Decoper, from 11 minutes ago. And thank you, Zal562 for the follow. And thank you, Nikoroscu, for the follow. Maybe I can do this really quickly. Let's see. spell this correctly twice in a row, I can. What were you reading? Or what were you talking about? Or what were you doing for your ASMR? Thank you for the follow. IDK, what's even puttier? I am... I'm the Evening Primrose. I am a garden elf. Like my namesake flower, I only come out at night. Asterisk, asterisk. Right now it's closer to night. I suppose 8 o'clock counts as night. 8 o'clock counts as night, right? I started a bit earlier, though. But today, I am reading about the Ravenous Hordes from Dungeon World. Dungeon 69. Thank you. Thank you. So, today, I am reading Dungeon World. Dungeon World is I can spell Dungeon World. I can spell Dungeon World. Dungeon World is a tabletop RPG system and world. It's fantasy. And it's completely free to play online and read. Free to read online. Legally. You can legally read this online. If you need a replacement system for any reason whatsoever, it is a bit of a kinder, actually, start than Dungeons and Dragons. It's a bit more simplified. And it's also, I think, easier to run. They have very good guidance in the book on how to run a game. And we are 277 pages in. This is a multi-stream project that I've been doing since August, on and off. It is based on Powered by the Apocalypse system. Which is why this section is free. There are parts that you can pay for in terms of additional classes, or campaign settings if you want to, I'm sure. I'm used to seeing people pay for classes, though. Not that you have to at all. I've personally did not when I played Dungeon World. I played a base class. But if you need the extra oomph, if you need that particular archetype that does not currently exist, you can find there are dozens of extra classes out there. Homebrew classes. They could pick up instead. But yes, we are about 282 pages in out of a 410 page book, which includes all the information for the players, all the information for the dungeon master, equipment, and monster stat blocks, of which we are currently reading monster stat blocks. I am reading about the Ravenous Hordes. We've already covered tonight Formians and Gnolls. We just finished Gnolls with the Gnoll Alpha, and we were going to go on to Orcs, except we got a little caught up in wondering about Modrons. Modrons are... they're little mechanical... I shouldn't say little. They are lawful creatures. They're not necessarily good, I don't think. I think they're lawful neutral. They are from Mechanus, is that how it's pronounced? I believe. This is off the top of my head. And they are it's a Dungeons and Dragons creature, Modrons. Mechanical creatures from the plane, lawful, neutral plane. Made up of other mechanical creatures. Modron is the name of the type of creature from that plane. And you can kind of get the feeling of how they act based on them being lawful neutral and them being mechanical in nature. They're popularized by Planescapes. They have a particular look about them. They are, I don't want to say, they're not steampunk exactly, but maybe I'm just kind of conflating it because of the visual art that's given to them. They're a bit... okay, they have a player race option for them. I'm going to bring it up. Sheet. Can I get up what a Modron looks like? Biomechanical? That's a good way of putting it. Because they do have eyes. And they can have other parts too. You can see mouse in the background. So I think this is a monodrome because it's only got one, but they come in different shapes too. So like you could have something that's a bit more square, more pyramidal. I think the more detail they are in terms of like angles and pieces, the higher power they are. So this is a very basic creature. It's a very simple creature. Or at least that's the way I learned it. I've never played a Red Planescape personally. I'm familiar with the art a little bit because the artist who did that also did pieces for Changeling, and that's how I recognize him. Recognize them, I should say. But they come in. I will pop up. Okay. Here's a good image showing off different types. Let me grab it up as well. Oh, that's on it. That's food. This. Like this. And also thank you for the follow, Fancy Soups, and the Cheese God 420. Thank you. Yes. So, they're not as creepy as some other creatures could be, but there is something unsettling about them, isn't there? I don't think that they're a hive mind type creature. And I don't remember them. They're not. Maybe it was simply the way that they are. They are hive minds? Okay. It would somewhat make sense. I remember them being polite and somewhat cheerful, but at the same time, their tone might be cheerful, but what they were saying was not exactly cheerful, but not exactly dismal either. More so talking about perhaps the law that you broke and the punishment that will have to follow, that sort of thing. But the tone was not hurtful exactly, just pleasantly informational. That might be a good way of putting it. Or at least, again, that was the way that I've had it interpreted for me. I haven't read a whole lot about them. They can go rogue. I think I have dealt with one of those. I think there was something like that in one of the modules for Adventurers League. I don't remember what season though, but I'm pretty certain that there was a section where you could theoretically grab a simple Modron and steal them with you out of the plane dip that you just did. They're funny little creatures. They're funny little creatures. But this came up because it was a case of this would be a perfect ravenous, maybe not ravenous horde. They're not a ravenous horde, but they are a horde creature. But because of them being created, I think more specifically for D&D without necessarily a base creature in mind, they're not based on anything particular in folklore, unlike a kobold or a gnoll, that they aren't included in Dungeon World as a base. Oh, I think I found it's kind of a case of what are these images? Are these the images from... Oh, okay. So you saw the image before of the Maldron. So someone has a photo, an image, I should say, from one of the earlier ones. And I suppose this is why the image is not included in the wiki. This is a Modron. This is the first, one of the first Modrons. Look at it. Are you afraid? Be not afraid. Grant, sorry, that's a different plane. That's the lawful good plane that would have that sort of question, wouldn't it? Yes. So, very simple. Shaking in your boots. And they had other ones too. They had other creatures in the pile. Let me see if I can grab them out. In the Modron pile. Okay. Do you want the duodrone, the tridrone, the quadrone, the pentadrone, the decaton, the nonaton, the octon? Oh, they go up to septon and hexton, and quinton, and quarton, and primus, and secundus, and tertian. 1.2 meters tall. If something like, you know what, all I could think of, Mike Wazowski. This is a proto Mike Wazowski, isn't it? It's got all the features. Just swap the ear things for arms, right? It's got the legs. Do liches? Liches do count as monsters in this game. A monster is defined as basically any living or undead thing that stands between the characters and their goals. So yes, liches can be monsters. Also, I covered undead creatures before and I ranked liches. They are in my chart already. Let's see. Look, mob stream. What? Let's see. So, this is Primus, which I believe is the highest creature on the plane. He's the ruler of all the planes of Nirvana. Primus makes the rules and everyone follows them. Make Primus angry by not following his statutes and you'll end up in the energy pool. They are a huge being who relaxes in the energy pool that creates all modrons and appears almost human, though parts of their body are obscured in inky darkness and rainbow bright clouds. I say this first, so you have this mental image. All I could think of actually is, you know what? Based on the image and this mental thing, I don't remember the name of this person. The Katamari Damacy. He reminds me of the prince. Not the prince, the king of all the cosmos, a little bit. Just a little bit. Look at that jawline. Look at that jawline. Mm-hmm. Imagine, so I guess you can have Modron as a playable race. Imagine a game where everyone's a Modron. Can you make a Katamari Damacy RPG? Your players are all Modrons who are meant to Katamari Damacy a creature up, and they are directed by Primus. Follow his statutes or be destroyed. And thank you for the follow, the lustful corn dog. This has been a lot of food in a row. Fancy soups, cheese god, lustful corn dog, sexy Squidward. No, he doesn't have. I don't think he has tentacles. Looking at him again. I don't think he has tentacles. It's a cloud. It's a cloud. That slaps. Give me a second. I'm going to write it down. Okay. So yes, talking about Modrons and these beautiful illustrations. Gorgeous illustrations. All from, not from any particular folklore that I know of. So the mechanical bit was added in Planescape. That would make sense. Lawful neutral creatures. So just looking at everything else here. So yeah, I guess there isn't really anything about the mechanical nature, but it's not a far stretch to see it considering the creatures here. Let me copy this image address. Let me put this one up too. So you had, this is a, I want to make sure I'm pronouncing the name right. This is a quadrone. This is a quadrone. So I think it lends itself particularly well to becoming mechanical creatures. Now that I'm thinking about it, it really would have to be, if there were a Katamari Damacy, actually, yeah, if there were a Katamari Damacy creature or RPG for this sort of thing, it would have to be a Modron, wouldn't it? I feel like that would be better suited because of the roundness of it. Okay. Before that, I was reading about orcs. I was going to start reading about orcs. Orcs, orcs, orcs. So, ravenous creatures, ravenous hordes. Modrons don't count. Orc blood warrior. Horde, intelligent, organized. They have a jagged blade for d6 plus 2 damage, 1 piercing, 3 hit points, and 0 armor. And for attack rolls, or not attack rolls, attack tags, they have close and messy. I know that's a global emote, but I don't know why. I don't know why it's a global emote. Sometimes I'm afraid to ask. So the Orcish Horde is a savage, bloodthirsty, and hateful collection of tribes. There are myths and stories that tell of the origin of their rage. A demon curse, a homeland destroyed, elven magic gone wrong, but the truth has been lost to time. Every able orc, be it man or woman, child or elder, swears fealty to the war chief and their tribe, and bears the jagged blade of a blood warrior. Men are trained to fight and kill. Orcs are born to it. Instinct to fight. Special moves include fight with abandon, revel in destruction. So it's a Warhammer orc? Okay. That would probably explain a bit. I've not actually played any Warhammer games. I know one day I should. I think one day for Tabletop Simulator, not Tabletop Simulator, Tabletop Tuesday, I'll probably try. Blood Bowl? I know that's an AU essentially, but it still counts, right? It still counts, but I don't know how to play football, so that's the first problem. And I know that Blood Bowl is not exactly football, but still, there's got to be some basis in it, right? Blood Bowl is very different than football? I know that the big game is happening soon, right? Ish? Or so the advertisements keep telling me. That's about all I know about football. And I guess that there are lines, and that it's supposed to be a game that takes, what, like an hour, but it ends up taking 5 hours? Because they keep pausing time? Oh, that's okay. Thank you. Okay. I will have a bit of a drink. Thank you. Posture check. Okay. My posture isn't the worst, except I need to stand up a little bit more. I also found that when I stand up a bit more, I look a little less angry. I wonder why. Actually, hold on. Trying to get the resting face look. Because if I'm too far down, if I go to resting face, I just look angry. Versus if I have good posture, resting face doesn't make me look angry. Maybe it's where I look. Just. Yeah, if I'm too slouched down, I default to angry. So, if I start slipping and looking angry, I need to correct my posture. American football made by Europeans who have no idea what the rules are. Blood Bowl? Like that? So I might have a better chance at understanding it. I have to say, I do understand hockey and soccer. Those are easier. Baseball is also another one where I think I get the rules for the most part, but there's still some things that elude me. But football is another creature. It's another beast, it's another monster. Some Warhammer minis are great for D&D. I do not need to dip into more minis. I have hundreds of minis in my closet. I am not exaggerating, that need to be painted. I say need. I guess I don't have to paint them, but it'd be a good idea to paint them. Literally hundreds. One day, one day. I just need to. I just need to make the space for it. I just need to make the space for it. And bust out the paint. I need to steal the paint back. A lot of, who's even playing in the game? I don't know who's playing. I think I've heard some bits and bobs about other groups playing, but although I think I do have, the game is on a Sunday, right? Oh, the game is gonna be during stream time. Oh, because it's always a Sunday, right? I don't know when it starts though. It feels like it starts in the mid-afternoon, but it might also be a case of if it's happening not in the East Coast time zones, I don't know when it will start. It seems to run really late. But I think I've already made dinner plans for that night. I think I've already made dinner plans for that night. It's not game day without wings, right? It's not game day without wings. Even if you're not watching the game. Let's see. So, yeah, wings have gotten expensive. Everything's gotten expensive. And wings became trendy. So you have to find the next meat that's no longer, or not a trendy meat. What's going to be the next big meat? For a while it was oxtail. That was cheap. But then oxtail soup became popular, no longer cheap. Everyone's already having tikka masala coming. Save it for a different day. I remember there were some places that would do specials. Really cheap specials, but no longer. No longer. Thighs, I think, are now sometimes a little cheaper. Some places have switched to doing thighs instead, right? Instead of wings. Especially for, what is it, boneless wings? Boneless wings. I want to say bones are messy though. Bones are a bit messy. They do impart an extra bit of flavor. I'm trying to think. I suppose one of the few things that I could still probably get for fairly cheap, but the problem is you can't get it everywhere, would be like tongue. And I haven't cooked chicken hearts myself. I think those would also be a bit on the cheaper side. But again, I haven't cooked them myself. Oh well, just stick with the alternate options. Not beef, not chicken, not pork, not fish. Free range meat. Orc Berserker is the next one. Solitary, large, divine, intelligent, organized. They have a cleave for D10 plus 5 damage. So these are on par with the 4 Mean Queens, except they only have 20 hit points and 0 armor. These are the Berserkers. I suppose it makes sense to have no armor as a Berserker. Stained in the unholy ritual of anointing by the knight's blood, some warriors of the Horde rise to a kind of twisted knighthood. They trade their sanity for this honor, stepping halfway into a world of swirling madness. This makes Berserkers the greatest of their tribe, though as time passes, the chaos spreads. The rare berserker that lives more than a few years becomes horrible and twisted, growing horns or an extra arm with which to grasp the iron cleavers they favor in battle. Instinct to rage. Special moves include flying to a frenzy and unleash chaos. And thank you for the follow, Rennie Lenny. I want to say, I don't know if we've had any duplicate instincts yet in all the creatures that we've dealt with. We've dealt with at least 40 by now, I feel like. Okay, next is the Orc Breaker. They are solitary and large. They have a hammer for d10 plus 3 damage. Ignores armor. They have 16 hit points and 0 armor. Wait a second, just do... None of these have armor. Do any of them have armor? Surprise! None of the orcs have armor. None of the orcs have armor. Okay. I shouldn't be surprised. Now I have to wonder as well if this is caste organized, because it kind of seemed that way, but it feels like it may not be so here. So the tags for the Orc Breaker are close, close, reach, and forceful. Alright, this is a large paragraph to read. I'm just making sure. And also, this is all a quote. Let's see if I can get into the right voice. Orc Breaker. Before you set out across the Horde land, brave sir, hark a moment to the tale of Sir Reginus. Reginus was like you, sir, a paladin of the Order, all a shine in his plated armor and with a shield as tall as a man. Proud he was of it too. Mirror shield, he called himself. Tale goes that he'd set his eyes on rescuing some lost priest, a kidnap from the Abbey on the borders. Regnus came across some orcs in his travels, a dozen or so, and thought, as one might, that they'd be no match. Battle was joined, and all was well until one of them orcs emerged from the fray with a hammer bigger than any man ought to be able to wield. Built more like an ogre or a troll, they say it was, and with a single swing, it crushed Regnus to the ground, shield and all. It were no ordinary orc, they say, but were a breaker. They can't make plates of their own, see, so maybe it's jealousy drives these burly things to crush and shatter the way they do. Effective tactic, though. Careful out there. Instinct to smash. Destroy armor or protection. Lay low the mighty. Just destroy armor and lay low the mighty. Smash. A hammer. I know they said hammer, but I keep imagining more of the chain mace, right? The stick with a chain and then big spiked ball on the end instead. But a hammer is good too. Although, I feel like I don't really come across too many heroes that wield hammers. Flail? Flail, okay. A flail. We haven't covered the equipment section, okay? We haven't covered the equipment section. I'll get it next time. So these are obviously higher in the order than the Berserkers and the Blood Warriors. And next we have Orc One-Eye. Group, divine, magical, intelligent, organized. So their attack is inflict wounds. D8 plus 2 damage, ignores armor. Only 6 hit points and 0 armor once more. And their tags are close, reach, near, far. So just kind of they can inflict wounds from a distance. Ball and chain. Ball and chain evokes a different feeling to me, though. That's something I feel like people say about relationships, the old ball and chain. I don't really think about it as a weapon. Yeah, I think of manacles, I suppose, when I think ball and chain. Although, is their name? So, thinking about that cartoonish look. Really? You've never heard of that? It's a running gag for weddings, I believe. For some types of weddings, anyway. If there's like a bachelor cake or something, I guess a groom's cake, I don't know if that's the word for it. But, so the bride gets to decide everything about the wedding day, and the husband gets to decide one thing. He gets a little cake. He gets to put whatever he wants on it. Except, sometimes they put a topper on that looks like basically the husband getting dragged away by the bride while he's trying to play video games. And he's got a ball and chain on his leg. Something like that. It's something that I've seen a lot of in terms of imagery. Thank you, Floris1, for the follow. Yeah, ball and chain is a prisoner thing. It's not elven lingo. It's not elven lingo. But yeah, ball and chain. If I look up, okay, I don't know if this is going to be appropriate. Let's see. Ah, yes, okay, it's mostly appropriate. I don't see anything terribly wrong here. Yeah, mostly appropriate. I mean, let's see. What I'm talking about are cakes like these, I guess? Where, like, oh, haha, isn't it funny? He's not happy to be getting married, and it's kind of a, well, why did you ask her? If you're not happy with it, you can cancel it. It's not too late. It's never too late. But yes, so more like this. But I swear that there is like a cake, a groom's cake. Is that what it's called even? Is it even what it's called? Okay. Yeah, groom's cake. Let's see, what else comes up for the groom's cake? Okay. Ah. They have gotten quite interesting over the years, apparently, groom's cakes. I'm looking at them now, and you could have one shaped like footballs, or whatever this is. Whatever this is. Wedding cakes. Yeah, I want to say... wedding cake deposit, it's cheaper. It's cheaper to cut before the documents are filed than it is after the documents. Sure, you spent 10 grand, 20 grand, 30 grand, whatever on the wedding. Just accept the loss and move on. But hopefully you should determine that beforehand, but again, it's never too late to back. Yeah, it's a groom's cake, I guess. Everyone, the wife is happy because the front is pretty, and then you're happy because you get to display shit all over the back, I guess. But you could also get them... this one looks pretty. Here's another joke one. You want double-sided. You want the one that looks like cooler. You want the one that looks like an armadillo or a turkey or a steak. There's a whole lot here. I probably shouldn't have opened it that way. But yeah, so here's another one where you have... oh, pretty... this one's actually quite tasteful. It's quite tasteful. I don't know if this is really a groom's cake, though, if it counts. Because of the division. This one is one of those jokey ones. Haha, look at it. He's being torn away from his hobbies because of his wife. You have the dual-sided cake. It doesn't look like a cake, but sure. This one's actually quite well made. I wonder if that is actually... like, that has to actually be beer in there, right? Like, what are these? I wonder if these are jellies, actually. That would be really neat. Or marshmallows? Maybe they're marshmallows. And then these things. Look at this. You want a Yeti branded cooler cake for your wedding, right? Yeti branded cooler. Hunting ones though. And they have little they didn't I wonder if these are edible too, the little nerf bits. The little nerf bits. Or did they just pop them on the side? Mini cakes? They might be, but at the same time, I kind of doubt it. Because, especially in this one, the way that the light is going through the glass, this is either sugar or it's real. I can imagine that these are sugar. The ice cubes, potentially. Thank you for the follow, RG Nosy. Sorry, I'm meant to be talking about the Ravenous Hordes, but I ended up talking about cake. Groom's cakes. I guess these aren't necessarily exactly Groom's cake. I feel like they are, though, because this one seems like it. This has to be a Groom's cake, really, because of the R plus E and the hunt is over feeling here, like the literal words. So I wonder if the others are also Groom's cake, or if this is all one person's cakes that they've made for various things. Because why would you have an armadillo? Why would you have an armadillo cake for your wedding? Unless it's something specific to your interests, I suppose. If you're known for loving armadillos, if you're like the armadillo guy or girl, I guess. Never mind, it wouldn't be a groom's cake. Maybe they are people who work with animals, yes. Thank you, KKXCHH, for the follow. Cakes. Yes, so now you know the existence of groom's cakes. Whether or not they're still a thing. Head slice? I've seen not necessarily realistic cakes, but I have seen cakes of animals and like shaped animals. It was rather good. You just have to place it the right way. Place it sliced side up. And don't think about it. Don't think about it. Okay. I've never heard of ball and chain, or rather, ball and chain immediately comes to mind. The manacle and not the weapon. Just eat the head with your hands and just rip the face off. Honestly, if that's fondant, that might be the purpose. Rip the face off, then it's edible. You won't have to look at its face while you're eating it. The cake won't cry for you. Let's see. So we finished the breaker. What's the point? Eat it while looking at its face? Some people don't have the fortitude, though, to do that sort of thing. But I suppose it might be a case of if you request the face, you know what you're doing. Unless it's a challenge. And there are some people who can't eat. I know some people who can't eat things with bones, even. Like, it freaks them out. They cannot acknowledge that whatever they've eaten even had bones. So, eating a cake with a face might be beyond them, even. Unless it's got, like, rainbow confetti insides, maybe? If it's so desperate from the outside. If it has, like, blood red inside, though, if it's especially moist, maybe that would be too much for them. Though, you prefer your cakes boneless? Look, you're gonna get a bones cake and you're gonna like it. Red velvet cake? I'm just thinking, I guess the closest to a boned cake would be wedding cakes, actually, tall cakes especially, with skewers through them. In order to get these sort of proper support they need, oftentimes they are actually have like a inner system for the cakes. They might have wooden discs. They might have basically like a skeleton inside the cake. You don't want to learn the truth, but it's out there. Cakes can have skeletons. You might get a boned cake. I've never made a boned cake myself. I've not had to. I Although one of the cakes honestly should have. I did make a cake that should have gotten bones. It was a it was a mudslide cake, and it was a little slip and slide. It needed a bit of support. It needed some skewers in it. It was 2 layers of chocolate cake, and then it had an Irish cream icing, like a fluffy kind of icing in the middle, and also that same kind of fluffy icing on top. And it was traveling, and I should have made it either while I was there, so it was perfectly fresh, or I should have made it a skeleton because it slipped a bit. The cake was a bit heavy for the icing in the middle. It was a bit heavy. I haven't made that cake since. It was much better as a not a cake pop exactly. In a cup, making it in a cup. So more of a, there's a word for this, trifle-esque type of thing, but more of a chocolatey trifle. Using maybe somewhere between a trifle and a dirt cup, maybe? That might be a good way of putting it, because again, it was a mudslide cake. It was actually an alcoholic cake. Chocolate alcoholic. And so taking scraps of cake from it being a layered cake, you end up with scraps. And mixing that up a bit with layers of the icing. And then it was also decorated with chocolate swirls on top, shaved chocolate. So putting that on top of the mousse in the cup. Like, nice little bites. Nice little bites. Easier to eat, prettier. And not sliding off. Thank you for the follow, ZA5 times 527. I swear I'm going to talk about orcs again and not cake. I might still have photos of that somewhere. The cake and the cups, but I guess neither of them look particularly good in hindsight. Again, because of the shifting. And also for the other ones, they were a bit frozen. Speaking of which, have you ever had frozen pudding? It's not that bad. I had some pudding that I had in the freezer because it came that way until I wanted to eat it. And I thought it was fully defrosted when I took it out. It was not. When I took it out of the fridge, it was not. The texture was a bit different. I would not recommend freezing pudding. Freezing flan type pudding, Japanese pudding. I would not recommend freezing it. But if you have to have it, it's still fine if it's a little bit frozen. It's not quite ice cream like. Eating a soda that was icing inside? I don't. Actually, I was going to say, I don't think I've had that, but I guess that would be kind of like a slushy, a soda slushy, right? Maybe, I suppose. I suppose so. Maybe a bit closer to having like freezer burned ice cream. But without the like weird freezer taste and more on the iciness taste. I don't put cans or bottles like that in freezers anymore. Not since the incident. Not since the incident. My father once had the bright idea of putting wine in the freezer. and he didn't take it out that night. He forgot about it and he left it in there. I also am forgetful in his sort of way. Oh, he put it in the ice bin, and he had an automatic ice dispenser. I went to get ice later, like the next day. Chunks of glass mixed with ice into the cup. And then having to clean out the entire bin after that and making sure nothing was stuck. And of course, there's just the kind of wine, frozen wine bits too. Not anymore. I will simply... I'll just have it cold, not frozen. Not frozen. I also don't trust myself with timers. I am like to turn off the timer without even realizing it. I am very good at doing that in my sleep, especially. I'm very good at doing that in my sleep. Oh, that was the chair. No more frozen wine. No more frozen glass bottles. No more frozen cans. I don't want to deal with explosions. Let's see. So we had Orc One Eye. Group Divine. Oh wait, right, it's an inflict wounds, close, reach, near, far. Any distance, it can inflict wounds. This Orc One Eye. Their special qualities? One eye. In the name of he of riven sight, and by the first sacrifice of elf flesh, do we invoke the old powers. By the second sacrifice, I make my claim to what is mine, the dark magic of night. In his image, I walk the path to Gorsho Thak, the iron gallows. I call to the runes. I call to the clouded sky. Take this mortal organ, eat of the flesh of our enemy, and give me what is mine. Instinct to hate. Other special moves include rend flesh with divine magic, take an eye, make a sacrifice, or grow in power. So, take this mortal organ, eat of the flesh of our enemy. I'm going to guess this is all literal as well. Literal, it's not cannibalism if it's like orc on elf or orc on human, right? It's not cannibalism if it's that, right? And thank you for the follow, Fed of IT. It's not cannibalism, right? If it's a different... It's another Tuesday? It's... Menchidon. It's Menchikots. Menchikots. Same species, so it's the question of, are they the same species? And that's the thing that everyone gets maybe hung up on, is not the same. Is not the right phrase. It might also be a case of, are they... Maybe it would be considered cannibalism if it's something that is... Actually, I would imagine in fantasy worlds where there are multiple things, multiple creatures that have a high level of intelligence, enough to form societies and speak to each other and interact, that there must be another definition for cannibalism. There must be cannibalism as in not eating something else that is intelligent and can speak back to you, and then the cannibalism of not literally eating the same species, like the same type of creature as you are. There has to be that sort of divide. And I don't know if, even for fantasy writers, if they have created that kind of word to cover it. But hello, Fed of IT. How are you doing? Just thinking. So, yeah, just questioning of definitions. Questioning of definitions. It's a very important distinction. it may or may not technically be cannibalism. I suppose it's also the case then, actually, if we broaden it that much. So I know that in some places dragons are highly intelligent, but there's also the case of dragons as food, like a delicacy type thing. So, mm, would that be cannibalism using the broader notion of not eating something that is intelligent and can talk back to you? It might be a case then of humanoid versus non-humanoid, but again, I think it would be maybe a broader question of mm, not wanting to eat things that talk back to you. I feel like the people who would eat dragon as a delicacy might also do it for other creatures. They might just take in the entire appeal. Dragon might not be a special asterisk in that kind of world. Thank you for the water. I'm going to have some tea. Fantasy writers don't spend enough time considering the logistics of cannibalism in worlds with multiple sapient species. These are important questions to ask. These are important questions to ask. What am I going to have for dinner? What am I going to have for breakfast? Maybe Menchie Cats. Maybe I'll make some Menchie Cats. I just did pick up some honey punko. Let's see. Are they? Can I eat another sapient species today? Look. Just thinking about another sapient species in here. It might also be a case of, okay, so does the Primrose wish to eat humans? Wish doesn't come into consideration here. Wish does not go into consideration here. But thank you, Kenneth Colty TV, for the follow. You don't taste good? That may be true. That may be true. Let's see. I would imagine, okay, so there are probably some plant species that might be intelligent. Would you consider eating something like that? Would you consider eating perhaps the fruit of that kind of thing? Would you eat a portion of it if it didn't kill the creature? Let's see what else. Griffins are not intelligent. They are not intelligent, so that doesn't count. Centaur. Would you eat centaur? Alcatrice is not intelligent. What else is intelligent in here? Eagle lords. Would you eat an intelligent eagle? Or it'd feel wrong. It'd feel wrong to eat an intelligent eagle. Undead. I don't think anyone's planning on eating undead unless. Oh, so what about like mummy jerky? Would you eat mummy jerky? What else? Okay, there's a lot of things in here. In the. I'm looking through the other sections of the book. Like Cavern Dwellers, there's something in here that sounds particularly tasty, honestly. Because it's got, you know, like the maggot, squid, and other things. I don't know if I'd want to eat that and like rat grubs. But maybe did Victorians used to smoke mummies? It wouldn't surprise me. It would not surprise me that it may have been a delicacy back in that time. And again, so like, is that cannibalism? Eating parts of a mummy? I'm sorry. Let's see, let's see. Hold on, wait a second. It's the tikka masala. Enjoy your tikka masala. Enjoy your tikka masala. Chicken. Tikka masala. Don't think about that. Do not think about that. Depends on the mummy. Oh, if it's a human mummy or not a human mummy? Because they do have mummies that aren't human, right? I think that are like cat humans. Cat mummies, not cat humans. There's no cat humans. There's no cat humans. That's a lie. There are cat humans. They were eating them. I suppose like it would be preserved enough. Smoking would only probably cover up the flavor, honestly, unless... No, it's a question of if they were trying to break down the connective tissue. Which, honestly, I don't know how much is left in a mummy. How much connective tissue is left. So, there's no cat humans that you know of. That you know of. That you know of. I know there's some people who eat like spiders, right? Tarantulas can be eaten. Oh, fire eels. Oh, but fire eels are not probably a good idea to eat. Frogman. Would you eat a frogman? Would you eat a frogman? Frog's legs, you know, just giants. They're intelligent. They taste like chicken of the sea. There's also lizard men. I wonder, in crocodilians, I know that alligators are supposed to be tasty as well, but they are a bit of a pain to cook, so I've heard. Frogs' legs for days. I haven't had frog's legs in a while. Minotaurs? Yeah? You have a source for Minotaur? Are you gonna share? Although, it might be a case of... Okay. For beef? I guess it doesn't matter the gender so much, does it, for beef? I guess it doesn't matter for a lot of them. It just matters age, because usually after a certain age, it gets a bit tough. After a certain age, it gets a bit tough. There's also lizardmen. There was a bit of a thing I read recently about someone who was smoking iguana, and I imagine that lizard would be like eating iguana. People do it. It's a bit tough to cook properly without making it taste a little funky. But I'm sure it can be done. But yeah, Minotaur sounds like a much tastier option. Hook me up. Let's see, I've got to cook who can handle it. Let's see. Orc One Eye. Oh, I don't think I finished reading the Orc One Eye because I got the instinct. I don't remember saying the options, the special moves. Rend flesh with divine magic, take an eye, make a sacrifice, and grow in power. I think I would remember that. So take an eye. I wonder... Okay, so they do have only one eye, and they can easily make more, so to speak. They can easily make more. Let's see. So, otherwise they have 2 more on the orc list. Let me... Nope, 3 more. 4 more? 4 more are on the orc list. We have Orc Shaman. They are solitary, intelligent, and organized. I honestly thought that covered the one eye as well. But I guess the shaman are not divine like the one eyes are? That seems a bit strange. Oh, mermaids. I want to say I don't mess with mermaids. Not since, what is it? Mermaid in a sewer? Is that what it went? Mermaid. Sewer, is that it? Mermaid in a manhole. A weird ad. Sorry? I don't know what the ad was. I hope it was more Super Bowl related and not cannibalism related. I'm sorry if you got a cannibalism ad somehow. Don't eat mermaids, don't eat fairies. Pineapple on pizza? I don't need that. I won't say no to the Minotaur. I will say probably no to the pineapple on pizza. Don't eat fairies. Oh, pineapple on pizza? So they're also doing cursed food. So it is tied into my stream content. I am supposed to be reading about Ravenous Hordes. We got a little sidetracked on definition of cannibalism in a fantasy world. And I want to say it's probably going to come up later too. But yeah, don't eat mermaids. Don't eat fairies. I also imagine that fairies would probably be what's the phrase? They would probably have the last laugh somehow, you know? If you were to try and eat one, if you successfully ate one, something bad otherwise is going to happen. So the Orc Shaman. Solitary, intelligent, organized. They have an elemental blast for D10 damage, which also ignores armor. 12 hit points and 0 armor. Their ranges are also close, reach, near, and far. Man, these casters here. These orc casters, they're too powerful. Special qualities, elemental power. The orcs are as old of a race as any. They cast bones in the dirt and call to the gods in the trees and stone as the elves built their first cities. They have waged wars, conquered kingdoms, and fallen into corruption in the eons it took for men to crawl from their caves and dwarves to first see the light of the sun. Fitting, then, that the old ways still hold. They summon the powers of the world to work, to fight, and to protect their people, as they have since their first nights. Instinct to strengthen or kind. I shouldn't have done a questioning tone. To strengthen or kind. Other special moves include give protection of earth, give power of fire, give swiftness of water, give clarity of air. That's a lot of special moves all rolled into one. Well, not rolled into one exactly, technically. Those are all separate moves, but that's quite a bit of options that they have. I'm a bit surprised that for water they gave swiftness and not air. It's usually reversed, isn't it? What do they mean by clarity of air? Clarity of air? What could they mean by that? Unless it's kind of a divining sort of thing that they're doing there. That could be very useful. I could see that as a shaman. That might be part of it. Oh, actually, just thinking. So they talk about casting bones in the dirt. For the clarity of the air, maybe that might be more of a... There's a type of divination for smoke reading, right? Mental clarity? Mental clarity could also work, but again, we're talking about orcs here. But I guess they would be more likely to fall for illusions and such because of that. So, giving them a mental fortitude, perhaps, for it. But there is a type of divination that's like smoke reading, right? I could see that working. So the next one we have on the list, again, this is what makes me wonder if this is actually a hierarchy or not, because this seems a bit strange in this position for this to be higher than the One Eye and the Shaman. Next we have the Orc Slaver. Horde, stealthy, intelligent, organized. They have a whip for d6 damage, 3 hit points and 0 armor, and they have tags of close and reach. uh, it is a book. It's a fiction book, but it's not a story per se. It's stat blocks. I'm reading stat blocks, essentially. And talking about stat blocks. And at the end of this, we're going to be ranking. We're going to be ranking monsters. We're going to be ranking the creatures of the Horde. Throwing bones? Yes, that's a traditional means of divination. That's a very old form of divination. There's also what? Numeromancy, ye old crystal ball divination. There's, I think talisman type based one too. That might be kind of akin, that might be like an upgraded form of bone reading, bone throwing, or pondering. Traditional cards of all sorts. Tea reading. I feel like there's a couple that I've missed though. What other types of divination are there? Divination types. Literally A to Z. Is quite the list. Ambulomancy by walking. I don't understand how that works. Oh yes, we talked about wine and cheese divination. There's cheese. Let me see. Cheese divination. Cheese? Tyromancy. Tyromancy. That's right. Alcapene was talking. Well, it was part of the book in The Witcher. It was in Witcher 3. But there, yeah, wine divination. Wine divination too. Dowsing as well. Dowsing is still popular and scrying. Euromancy. Itch. Okay, there's also one by itching. Like hives. Hives prophecy. What? Ew. There's palm reading too, right? That's popular. And to go along with that, you can also do it sternomancy by ridges on the breastbone. So, oh, it was kind of a, how does that work exactly? Do you do that on a living person? And the answer is no. You do not practice breastbone divination on living people. It is not practice on living people. Learn something new. Oh, and animal shoulder blades. That's another one that I've heard of. Okay, I should probably just throw this entire list away. I just looked on here and they also have shufflemancy. By the use of an electronic media player, such as an electronic playlist, iPod, or other medium, wherein one skips a certain number of songs and the lyrics and or tune of the song is the answer to the divinatory question. This list is bunk. Shufflemancy? Really? RNG. Trusting the machine overlord. Trusting the machine overlord for your divination. VTubermancy? Oh! Yeah, VTubermancy. So what would that be? Is there a website, I wonder? Imagine a website that you go to, you hit the button for this VTubermancy, and it just trolls through and picks someone that has the VTuber tag on. Find a VTuber. VTubermancy. And I suppose if it's a question type thing, imagine if it tied into your account and you asked a question on the initial website optionally, and once you join the chat for that VTuber, it auto submitted that question. That would be horrific. That would be horrific. Okay. uh let's not do that. There's also Mahjong divination. Oh, I know logomancy though, I think. There's a case of like flipping, choosing a book. Well, choosing a book, closing your eyes, flipping to a random page, and pointing in the book to see what you're pointing at, and that being a sort of divination. Oh, thank you for the water. Ugly bastard. There's an ugly bastard VTuber? I don't know of any. I don't know of any. Actually a chill guy? Maybe. Judging people on their appearances, for shame. You don't know that he's an ugly bastard. Project Ugly Bastard? I've not heard of that. Is this a real thing? Oh! Oh, okay, it is a real thing. It is a real thing. And... okay. I haven't seen him stream. Oh, he's on YouTube. Okay. He's on YouTube. Thank you for letting me know about a new VTuber. Not new in general, but just new to me. Oh, I cracked away from the mic. Hold on. I don't know if I can get any more cracks by here. Maybe if I... Oh. You can't hear anything. The audio is a bit too aggressive, the audio filter. It feels like my neck is going to crack, but it's not actually cracking. Okay. It's not... Okay, I thought that was scary. It's not scary. Scarring! Not exactly, just surprising. Surprising. I knew that there was also there's a Hank Hill VTuber, right? That was my first thought, but he's not an ugly bastard. I mean, it seems mostly tame. It seems mostly tame. Oh, yes, I remember watching Tony the Tiger. I remember watching Tony the Tiger for a little bit. That poor person. I wonder if they still stream. I know he's official, so it's more of a case of, was it a one-time project that they did? Or did they continue it? Or did they only do it for very special occasions, like maybe once a month, trot him out? That pets make part of me transparent? Really? Let me check. Oh, I get it. Yeah, that makes sense. Because the actual hand isn't transparent. So the actual hand isn't transparent, but it's covering me up. So I have to find a new color that is not anywhere in my design or in any of my additional assets. It's so difficult to be green. It ain't easy being green. For real. For real, for real. It's hard being green. I need to find a new color. The one color in all its shades that are not used. Mysterious color. Yeah, when you're green, you want to use a green screen. Every time that I load up certain things and just, I am not here anymore. Well, I'm gonna be a pain for a lot of other people, I'm sure, in the future when it comes to that. Green screens. Have I tried pink? My eyes. It's a problem with my eyes. My eyes have pink. Also, blushing, too. I would have to find a very peculiar shade of pink. Right now, actually, I am using a very peculiar shade of purple. It's more of a bluish purple, which is why my blues tend to get a bit messed up. Just a little bit. So you can see it more specifically here. In my eyes, actually. And in my forehead. You can see through my forehead a little bit. It might be a little difficult with the way that you can see my eyes. Like, I have a spot in them. I don't use this I try not to use this very often. I don't think it shows up when I cry, though. Yeah, crying is fine, or it's so small it doesn't matter. But yeah, it's my eyes and blush make it hard for it to be pink. And also, pink is a form of red. So it's acting on a bit of a... how to put this? So there's ways to measure color, right? So we're not formally doing like RGB exactly. Think of it more of a hue, saturation, brightness sort of thing. So everything in a given hue is going to be transparent, I think, is more so the idea here. And the saturation and brightness determine the level of transparency. So if I pick it as a pink, that means that all the reds that might be more saturated or brighter in that group are also included. Also included. If you want to see really quickly, I can give you a show. See, I have the value currently saved for what the appropriate one is, so I can flip back to it if need be. I can show you what happens with pink. Also, look at my mouth. It's pink. That's a problem. So if I move to pink, this is pink. This seems fine, actually. Seems fine. It's more of a fuchsia. Oh, you know why? I think the problem here is going to be... Let me do this real quick. I need to move down a bit. Is it not the arms? Or the legs? Yes, this color's actually also fine. Oh, wait, hold on. You know why? Oh, wait, actually, no, that's fine. That's weird. I'm gonna move back here. I guess this color's also fine. That's way weird. That's way weird. I'm really surprised. I'm also going to... Wait. Oh, okay, I can't see this. I can't see the test. Thank you, Shust. So pink is fine. It's not a problem if I blush. It's not a problem if I blush. This pink is fine. I have to save this. I'm going to save this value really quickly. Okay, so this is a problem. This is a problem. That's a problem. And this is not a problem, though. It's not a problem. So yeah, I would just have to choose a different head pad. I can't have it be purple then. I can't have it be purple then. Which is a bit of a shame. Can I do this? I can. It looks fine. It's still a bit dark. It's fine. Then I have this. Still works fine. Tears are fine. Oh, and one more. Don't bring this out too often, the sparkle. Thank you, Corpse, for the follow. So I guess I have a new color. Thank you. Oh, I just realized. Hold on, I found the error here. It's a better color in general, but it has a problem with my main design. If you look closely into my eyes, you can see it. You can see it, right? In the flower. I have picked the same exact color as the flowers in my eyes. I guess I'm going to have to revert then. Tongue is fine too. Okay, just a quick check. Just a quick check. Load up the old color then. At least the old color only has the issues in some very specific areas. Very, very specific areas. Almost, yeah. I just have to finesse it. I have to find the exact right hue. There's a bunch of hues. Bunch of hues. The problem is I have to wonder if there is some sort of application that exists where I can ask it basically to find the perfect green screen color after submitting images. I didn't see it on a cursory check, but it must exist, right? It must exist as part of a sprite sheet type thing. And thank you Booba Swap for that follow. I am going to get back on track with the orcs. I'm gonna get back on track reading orcs. Let's see. So we were reading about orc slavers. They have a whip for D6, 3 hit points, and 0 armor. And their ranges are close in reach. This one was a bit surprising simply because, again, why are the orc slavers higher up in the hierarchy than the shaman and the one-eye? It's a bit strange. But it might also depend on exactly what an orc slaver is, which we'll find out. And thank you, Samurai2611, for the follow. Orc slaver. Red sails fly in the southern sea. Red sails in ships of bone, old wood, and iron. The war fleet of the Horde. Orcs down that way have taken to the sea, harassing island towns and stealing away with fishermen and their kin. It's said the custom is spreading north, and the orcs learn the value of free work. Taken to it like a sacred duty, especially if they can get their hands on elves. Sorry. Hard to think of a grimmer fate than to live out your life on an orcish galley, bent under the lash. Instinct to take. Special moves include take a captive, pin someone under a net, and drug them. Great! Orc slavers. Yay. Thank you for the follow, Crippled662. Let's see. I suppose they've written it into the story. Orcs and elves. Mortal enemies. Then again, it seems like a case of... Well, actually, I suppose for some of them it was a case of humans. Humans are the mortal enemies. It was, centaurs fighting against elves, but more so humans. Humans are worse. What was it? Ogres against humans. So it's a divide. Which ones are the worst enemies? Or the more popular enemies to choose? Elves or humans? Okay. Next we have Orc Shadow Hunter. We have Orc Shadow Hunters are solitary, stealthy, magical, intelligence. They Also, I have a poison dagger for attack, d10 damage, 1 piercing, 10 hit points, and 0 armor. Again, all orcs have 0 armor. Range of close and reach. Special quality, Shadow Cloak. I think of Shadow Hunter and I think of Final Fantasy XIV. I have to divorce that in my mind. So, the Orc Shadow Hunter. Not every attack by orcs is tortures and screaming and enslavement. Among those who follow Hia-riven sight, poison and murder in the dark are considered sacred arts. Enter the Shadow Hunter. Orcs cloaked in night's magic who slip into camps, towns, and temples and end the lives of those within. Do not be so distracted by the howling of the berserkers that you don't notice the knife at your back. Instinct to kill in darkness. Special moves include poison them, melt into the shadows, cloak them in darkness. No orcs in Dungeon World have armor in their stat blocks, officially. We are actually almost to the top level of orc in this hierarchy, in this list. They also have 0 armor. However, you have the shaman who's able to provide the protection of earth, so spell-based armor, perhaps? That's probably what they do instead. But there's not that many shaman. Shaman were solitary, so don't expect too much of that. And also remember the bit about the breaker. They like to destroy armor and protection. They can't make plate of their own, see, so maybe it's jealousy drives these burly things to crush and shatter the way they do. They don't make their own plates. No selling damage. They don't get mechanical armor anyway. So occasionally in Dungeon World, there are sides in the book, in the columns, not in the columns, gutters? Gutters is the word, I think. Off to the side. Sidebars. And we haven't run into too many in the monster section. They were much more populous in other sections. But there is one here for the Orc Shadow Hunter, and that is... I'm probably going to read this wrong because these are pop culture quotes. I don't necessarily know or I've seen what they're based on. They mostly come out at night. Mostly. Newt. Aliens. I've never seen aliens. I've seen Alien. And I've been on the ride that evokes it. But I don't think I've ever seen aliens. Oh, for the Orc Champion. So they have the Orc Breaker, which is probably the closest thing they have to a champion. Or the Berserker, depending on how you play it. So it's just that they get more hit points. 20 hit points for the Berserker, and Breaker has 16. So, again, they just pad them up as a meat sack. You pad them up as a meat sack instead of having armor. I want to say a lot of the sidebars that they pick in here are dated to the early 2000s or very, very early 2010s. Aughts? Is that what they're called? Or is the aughts the 00s? The 10s? The aughts and the 10s. Because this came out in, I think, 2012 for the initial release, which is what we're reading, like the alpha. No, the beta. I think we're reading the beta. Meat's back on the menu. Meat has been on the menu. We were reading about cannibalism earlier, remember? And also, at the same time, it wouldn't surprise me for the one eyes. So they have taken eye as a special move, and they have one eye themselves. What do they do with that second eye? What would he of Riven Sight want them to do? Maybe it's a sacrifice. Like, maybe they burn the eye, or maybe they squish it, but maybe they also eat it. There was a famous Chinese general, right? Who was shot in the eye with an arrow, and he pulled the arrow out, eye included, and then ate the eye off the arrow. It was an intimidation tactic. So it would not surprise me if that could be included as part of the one eye or take an eye ritual. Mm-hmm. The reason I know this is I've watched a bit of someone play. Oh, what is it? There's a girl game. There's a girl game that's based on Chinese mythology. Not mythology, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, right? Is that what it's from? And I saw the section where they had a girl. They had the proxy for that character, for that, yeah, character. Yes. I don't remember what it wasn't Dynasty Warriors, it was a different game entirely. What game is it? It is Three Kingdoms? Three Kingdoms girl game. What game? Maybe I should look up. What game was it? What game was it? I think it was kind of an isekai thing. You're the main character, you're a boy who has been mythically transposed into into the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Media adaptations. Okay, it's probably in here. It's not Ikitosen because it was much more historical, but at the same time that kind of fantasy history. It's probably... I did get an anime. It was not your boy Kongming. It was way... Oh, it was Koihime Muso. It was Koihime Muso. I think? Yes. Yes, it was. It was Koihime Muso. Showing... It's kind of... Is that showing my age? It's not like it's super old. It's not super old. But it's old enough. So... It was a case of... So the visual novel is a bit different than the animated series, apparently. I think I might have the animated series lying around somewhere. I'm not 100% certain. I didn't watch much of it. But the game itself says that it's supposed to be following... Okay, yes. So he is an isekai. He's isekai'd in. For a second I thought I saw something about him being another historical character, but it doesn't seem... like maybe he is taken to be that character, but in his heart of hearts, he's a Japanese kid who's been transposed. Quite old? It's over 15. It's not that. It was 2007, 2008. That was like 5 years ago, okay? It was 5 years ago. Okay. So, let's see. Orc War Chief is what's next. Solitary, intelligent, and organized. Yeah, the PS3. The latest and greatest. The latest and greatest. I'm looking forward to hopefully busting out Folklore sometime soon. And maybe after I finish Bloodstained. Bloodstained is supposed to be a 20-hour game. I don't know if I'm going to make it 20 hours, but maybe in a month or two I'll be able to play Folklore and stream afterwards. A War Chief Solitary? A War Chief... he's the leader. He's the leader. He's top of the food chain here in the Horde. Mm. So, solitary, intelligent, organized. For an attack, he has the Iron Sword of Ages, which is the best of 2d10 plus 2 damage, which is the same, if you remember, as the Formian Centurion. 16 hit points and 0 armor, with ranges of close and reach. So, the Centurion. So, much more bulky in terms of hit points than the Centurion. Centurion only had 7, but the Centurion was also a horde creature. The Centurion had 3 armor. Best of 2D. Oh, and it's also best of 2d10 versus best of 2d6. I completely missed that. I thought that they were the same. 2d10. Nope. So it's. I'm going to write out how it's written here so you can have a better idea of how it's calculated. Sorry. When they say best of 2d10. So it's more like this. So you roll 2d10 twice. And take the better offering out of those two sets of dice. That's what it is. Let's see. And then you add the damage afterwards. So, even better. Way better than even the Fomorian Queen. Yeah. But again, solitary. Solitary, 16 hit points, 0 armor. Close and reach. That's it for range. What level? Considering how you only get up to level 10 in Dungeon World before you have to basically restart. You can either choose a new class to restart as for that one character, or you retire them essentially. I don't know. I haven't gotten that far up. I think the highest I've gotten is level 3. I was part of a mini campaign. I'd have to do some math, check out some equipment to see. A 4 or 5 orcs on the side. Team of 7 or 8. That's fair. And thank you, Druid Bun for the follow. 7 to 8. There isn't exactly like a challenge rating sort of system here. So you would just have to kind of feel it out with your team. You'd have to feel it out with your team and see how it goes. There are some, I imagine, some classes, especially the homebrew ones, that might like utterly destroy it very quickly. The classes are not necessarily well balanced. The homebrew ones, of course. Wait till you read the special qualities. Wait till you hear the special qualities of the Orc War Chief. One-Eye Blessings, Shaman Blessings, Divine Protection from Mortal Harm. Narratively? That's true, but mechanically, this seems like it might be a bit rough with those special qualities. So, they even kind of talk about your issue here with the solitary question mark, but it's more of a case of they are solitary in that you're probably only going to find one of them in the group. Orc War Chief. There are chiefs, and there are leaders of the tribes among the orcs. There are those who rise to seize power and fall under the machinations of their foes. There is but one war chief. One orc in all the horde who stands above the rest, bearing the blessings of the One-Eyes and the Shamans both. But one who walks with the elements under night. But one who bears the Iron Sword of Ages and carries the ancient grudge against the civil races on his shoulders. The war chief is to be respected, to be obeyed above all else, to be feared. All glory to the war chief. Instinct to lead. Other special moves include start a war, make a show of power, enrage the tribes. So yes, they are a big deal. Capital B, capital D. Especially with the fact that everyone else, all their weapons have been things like whip, poison, dagger, capital P for poison, lowercase d for dagger, uh, hammer, cleaver, jagged blade, lowercase b for blade. So for Orc One Eye, it was inflict wounds, and that's capitalized, but that makes me, it's a spell, you know? It reads that way. But the Iron Sword of Ages, that is using proper capitalization. Capital I, capital S, capital A, lowercase o, for of. That is the title of a sword. That is a storied sword. Mm-hmm. Oh, campaign final boss? Yes, yes, it is. Imagine just thinking about the Iron Sword of Ages and the players wresting that from his cold dead hands at the end. I wonder, what if? So they talk about, but one who bears the Iron Sword of Ages and carries the ancient grudge against the civil races on his shoulder. What if that's all tied in together? What if, by bearing the Iron Sword of Ages, you become the next war chief? And not necessarily in a typical, you beat the boss, so you get to be the boss. What if it's a more of a God-given thing? You become twisted by the sword, by the grudge filling you, that sort of thing. Mm-hmm. Yeah, corruption arc, the orc corruption arc. Your paladin picks up your paladin who's going to retire because they hit level 10. Now they become the next big bad. They become the next orc war chief. Does not matter that they were a human before. They are now an orc war chief. They don't exactly describe what an orc looks like either in here. So that is absolutely a route you could go. Tax corruption. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm digging that. And they don't describe the Eldritch being. They've only been talking about him as he of riven sight. This would absolutely be an Eldritch god. An Eldritch god with his horde. Tags orcs. I want to say, is that a common tag? I suppose it would be. I suppose it would be. And that is it for orcs. Orcs are done. We have covered, God, they have 6 orcs in here. We had the Blood Warrior, the Berserker, the Breaker, the One-Eye, the Shaman, the Slaver, the Shadow Hunter, and the War Chief. That's 8. Paladin becomes orc, keeps his armor. Oh, if it is an Eldritch Corruption thing, though. Actually, yeah. Then he would become a tougher boss if he got to keep his armor. He would become a tougher boss. Hello, Arcus. How are you doing? Information that could be dripped in. Yeah, just imagine the times for that. Just thinking about how hard it would be. Or easy, I suppose, I wonder? And stolen? Who would ever believe that the once handsome paladin became the orc war chief? The physical transformation, too. No, instead, he lost in battle. He lost in battle. And when you think about it, that's really a lose-lose situation, isn't it? Kill the current war chief and become the future war chief? There's no winning there. Unless there's something special about it where you could theoretically destroy the sword. That could work. But that would... I would probably want to do some foreshadowing beforehand to make sure that the player who does that final defeat would know. Unless we're talking about purely story reasons, in which case, yes, there should be some sort of a feed-in to let the reader know that bad end is coming. Oh, right, yes, Diablo. Yeah. was just thinking about Diablo 3 the other day too. I haven't played that in years. I never got to fully play through the final act, I think. I was playing kind of, I don't want to say story mode exactly, but I was enjoying the story at a slower pace. And I had some friends join me for the last section, and they had already completed it how many times over. So they just blitzed through the entire final area. And I was just kind of looking on both sides, kind of, don't go. Where's the. Why is everyone scene skipping? So I just followed suit, and so it kind of just spoiled it for me, honestly. How a character killed their species leader in one Halo book. I haven't read any of the Halo books or played Halo. So I've talked about a bit liking bittersweet things, but these sorts of things too can be good. They can be good as long as there's enough foreshadowing, or if it's a, I suppose, grimdark anyway. Grimdark anyway. Yeah. Yeah. I like reading story. And like lore. I like lore. I haven't ever dipped into Path of Exile. Just looking at what's next. There's one more set of creatures in the Horde, in the Ravenous Horde. I feel like this doesn't quite fit for the Ravenous Horde compared to the others, honestly. And that is the Tritons. I don't really feel like they're ravenous, you know? But maybe we will learn something about Tritons that will flip that upside down for me. So the first one is the Triton Spy. They're solitary, stealthy, intelligent, and organized. Azure, I haven't even... I am so far behind on other games right now. I'm so far behind other games. As it is, I feel like it would not be a good idea to start another game right now. Unless I do it on stream. Unless I do it on stream. I'll have to take a look at Path of Exile and see. Tritons are apparently a horde. That's another thing that's a bit strange, but I guess if they wanted to make multiple types of Tritons, kind of game that people jump in and out of. Okay. It might also be a case. I did start that one Korean MMO. I don't remember what the name of it was. Let me see. It was popular, or it came out in English a few years ago. And I thought I would enjoy it, but it turned out that it was... there were some things that irked me about it that I didn't enjoy. I don't remember what it was, though. I also just kind of a... Oh. Bleak? What kind of game is this? Sorry, just League, and it's kind of a... Oh, is there? Casual. Competitive. I don't really play competitive games that much either. Oh, it's been going since 2013, huh? And there's a sequel that hasn't come out yet? Yeah, there's 2024 now. Which? I'm just reading the Wikipedia article on Path of Exile right now, really quick. Skimming through it, and it talks about leagues. Alternate. The game offers several alternate play modes. The following permanent leagues are available. I have to take a look. Let's see. Seasons? Yeah, I don't really do seasons. I don't like that sort of pressure. Even when I played Overwatch, I played very little competitive Overwatch, honestly. I wasn't very good at it, but at the same time, yeah, I'd rather just play casual. You say that, and yet, might depend on who you surround yourself with. So the Triton Spy. Solitary, stealthy, intelligent, organized. They have a trident for the worst of 2d10 damage. Again, that's you roll 2 sets of 2d10 and you pick the worst out of those two. They have 12 hit points and 2 armor. And they have special qualities, aquatic, and for their attacks for attacking, they have close and near. It makes sense though. Underwater, don't really have a whole lot of choices. And also, I guess trident. For near, I wonder if it's more of a reach or if it's a throwing type thing. Hello, hello, sucking Tom's Cruise toes. It's been a little while since I've seen something from like that. So, Triton Spy. A fishing village caught one in their net some time ago. Part a man and part some scaly sea creature, it spoke in a broken, spy-learned form of the common tongue before it suffocated in the open air. It told the fishermen of a coming tide, an inescapable swell of the power of some deep-sea god, and that the Triton Empire would rise up and drag the land down into the ocean. The tale spread, and now, when fishermen sail the choppy seas, they watch and worry that the dying Triton's tales were true. That there are powers deep below that watch and wait. They fear the tide is coming in. Instinct to spy on the surface world. Reveal their special moves include reveal their secrets, strike at weakness. It seems like the spy is not very useful though, considering they suffocate in the open air. Are they like Ariel and the Little Mermaid, where they just kind of hang out on the edges of boats in the open ocean at night and listen in on what's going in? Is that what they do? We have our mermaids, sort of. Sort of. Wouldn't that make them more like scouts? Yeah, true. I would imagine a spy would be able to hide amongst the enemy more easily. So yeah, I don't know if I would use the word spy. Scout is a much better word. Scout. They don't seem to have any shape-shifting capabilities. All they have is aquatic for special qualities. Their instinct is to spy on the surface world, which can still be their instinct despite a name change. And their special moves are reveal their secrets and strike at weakness. And it's kind of a case of a spy revealing their secrets? Really? Doesn't sound very spy-like. Yeah, I'd rather rename that a scout. Let's see. The next one is the Triton Tidecaller. They are a group, divine, magical, and intelligent. Their attack is waves for d8 plus 2 damage, which ignores armor. Waves? Oh, but they're magical. That would make sense. Okay. They have 6 hit points and 2 armor. They have ranges of near and far, and their special qualities are aquatic and mutations. Triton Tidecaller. Part priest, part outcast among their kind, the Tidecaller speaks with the voice of the deeps. They can be known by their mutations. Transparent skin, perhaps, or rows of teeth like a shark. Glowing eyes or fingertips, angler lights in the darkness of their underwater kingdom. They speak in a strange tongue that can call and command creatures of the sea. They ride wild hippocampi and cast strange spells that rot through the wooden decks of ships or encrust them with barnacles heavy enough to sink. It is the tide callers who come now back to the cities of the Triton, bearing word that the prophecy is coming to pass. The worlds of men will drown in icy brine. The tide callers speak, and the lords begin to listen. Instinct to bring on the flood. Capital T, capital H. The flood. Other special moves include cast a spell of water and destruction. Sorry, I was about to say desecration. Destruction. Cast a spell of water and destruction. Command beasts of the sea. Reveal divine proclamation. The flood. You say the flood from Halo. I don't know what Halo. I know what Halo is. I've never played Halo. I don't know what the flood is. It's more. It seems like it could be a biblical flood. I would say maybe it's a metaphorical flood, but no, it's Tritons. It's a literal flood. And there are other games that have floods too, you know? Although, maybe more of a case of... You're talking about flood of zombie type enemies? Okay, yeah, no, more literal flood here, I would imagine. More... shadows over Innsmouth. Innsmouth? Innsmouth. Shadows over Innsmouth, probably type of flood. Or creatures rile up from the sea. Or, if you've ever... Junji Ito. Yo. Maybe more of a flood like that, I could imagine. Think of it like that. The death's coming up to meet you. You are no longer safe on the land. I hate Gyo so much. I hate Gyo so much. I bought the books. They were gorgeous. I had to give them away. I had to give them away. If there's one thing I hate more than spiders, it's sharks. Tritons are deep ones. Yes, this interpretation of them is. This interpretation of them is. Though, I'm thinking they don't have specifically... For monsters. Like, they have lizardmen and frogmen and crocodilians, but I guess all those, none of them are deep enough in the waters to really count. Gura absolutely destroyed. Gura doesn't count. Gura doesn't count. She's Atlantean, right? That's not the same as a shark. There is no sharks. Yeah, Gyo. If you've never read Gyo, you've never read Gyo. Gyo is about a couple that go on vacation to the beach. And what happens at the beach? The ocean rises up. Things crawl out of the ocean. I say crawl. Crawling is slow compared to what these do. The fish have legs. There are sort of a biomechanical attachments on the bottom of all these creatures, all these fish, these gigantic sharks included too, because there are smaller fish among them. Like even, I would say, even a sardine would have like these tiny little kind of spidery insectoid-ish legs attached to the bottom of them. It does not discriminate what type of creature they attach to. These leggings, these leggies. But of course the sharks are scary because it's a giant, giant shark with legs crawling towards you on the beach. You go to hide in your house, it rams its head in. It is mindless, all it wants to do. It's a zombie shark with legs. It's a zombie shark with legs. And all it wants to do is eat. Eat you. You've probably seen some of the shots. Let me be sure that's what it was. There's a famous comic. I say famous. It was a meme at one point. A fever dream because it's Junji Ito. Maybe. Let's see if I can find it. Where is it? Where is it? I don't really like looking it up much because I get, again, I had to give the book away. I don't really enjoy sharks and other large things, or spiders, and this is both. This is both. And it gets worse. The second volume is even worse. Where is this particular shot that everyone knows? Where is the shark shot? I'm going to grab the shot. I'm going to grab this shot. This is not so gruesome. It is not so gruesome. Okay. One more second. I will have it up. This. I'll zoom in a bit more. Zoom in a little bit more so you can see. Yes, so. Classic Junji Ito. And it's got a mess of attachments into its gills. So, look at those dead eyes. Look at those dead eyes. And look at those legs. Look at the legs. Yeah. Yeah. Kashunk, kashunk. And all it wants to do is eat you. The shark part is active. I will grab another screenshot. Let me grab another one up. It can go chomp 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 chomp. Let's see. Let's open this one up. It's hard to show in stills. So here's another one. Let me zoom out a little bit if I can. So yeah, more like this. It's a parasite, yes. I don't necessarily want to give spoilers as to what exactly is, but parasitic is a good word to use for it. So yeah, basically it's a zombie shark with little biomechanical legs attached. And it wants to eat you. This is not exactly my worst nightmare. I've not had an actual nightmare with these creatures, but it's really high up there. It's really high up there. I am going to take it down. I'm going to take it down. I don't want to think about them anymore. Biomechanical. I say biomechanical because it is, if you look at them, it's like tubing and the leggings. It's it's kind of like the Modron, honestly. It's like the Modron, where it's kind of in between. Like, it's a bit too regular for it to be a biological thing. But at the same time, mechanical. Modron on a fish suit, yes. If the fish was actually real. Yeah, except they're not lawful. They're chaotic. They're chaotic neutral. They're not, they can't even really be evil. They don't really have a mind of their own. In World of Horror, I've heard people playing World of Horror. I think I do want to play it eventually. I do like Junji Ito, but again, I have to kind of ration it. I have to ration it. I have a number of his books. I also have Cat Diary. Gyo is actually one of the earlier ones I read of his. I don't think I've read... Let me think. Junji Ito. I don't think I've read Tomie, surprisingly enough. I have a few of his more, like, short stories. I have Spiral still. That was another trip, of course. I think I have Fragments of Horror. I have No Longer Human. I think. No, wait. No, I don't have No Longer Human. I have a different manga, No Longer Human. It would make sense. Yeah, I have Uzumaki. yeah, he's really he's very good at what he does. And then finding out that what he did beforehand, I'm pretty certain that he was. Oh, you know what? Have you ever heard of a water cricket? Have you ever heard of a water cricket? Because I actually didn't know what a water cricket was until after Gyo. And if you look at a water cricket, or a camel cricket as they're known, if you look at the previous, like, think about the Gyo images from before, and then place it together with this. This is a water cricket. It's kind of a, yo, the legs for the fish. That's a water cricket. Those are water cricket-esque legs. This is... So it really is like the worst for me of sharks, creatures from the deep, thalassophobia, whatever it's called, and insects. Okay, I'm gonna close this one down because I really... Insects, please. They're not parasitic now. They don't hurt you, they're just really annoying. They're annoying, and they look kind of bad. They're not parasitic, no. That's just making them worse. You should read Gil. If you have a chance to read Gil, and you think you have the stomach for creatures from the deep that can walk on land, and I don't necessarily want to spoil anything else about it. If you can take that kind of horror. It's only 2 volumes. It's rather short. It's really creepy. To me, it's really creepy. I would suggest it. But again, I haven't read it in over a decade. So maybe things have pushed the boundaries further, honestly. I can't tell. There's also an anime, I think, or live action, but I've never read that. If I can handle, for horror, I feel like I can handle written word the best. Manga, I can also do. Games, not so much. Like, once you get into animated stuff, I wimp out. But I still have trouble sometimes sleeping after reading manga, horror manga, or books. Frankenfran? Yeah. Yeah, Frankenfran can get a little graphic, but it's not the worst. I thought that... Like that and Biomeat. Biomeat's another one that I read. They can be they don't get to be too much, honestly. And again, like Frankenfran has that comedy to it as well. It has comedy to it. Versus, say, like MPD Psycho, where it just gets... Biomeat? Yeah, Biomeat. Biomeat was... I haven't finished Biomeat. It's probably finished by now. Biomeat is about a world where they basically make impossible meat, except it's attached to a living creature. But the living creature doesn't have eyes or anything like that. It's just like a lump of meat that can move, and it's got a mouth. Because the biomeat, the biomeat is also a trash compactor that gets turned into delicious meat. So you turn your trash into meat. So the problem is that it eats literally anything except for, I believe, metal. And so they have to be kept in like special containers, essentially. Like they're locked down hard, except one gets out. They also reproduce on their own. So basically, it's like a zombie well, I shouldn't say zombie. It's a apocalyptic horror type thing in a world where it's populated entirely by like these tiny, I shouldn't say tiny, by these perhaps like hand-sized creatures. I think they can fit in your hand. That will literally just eat through you. I believe it's a story about a boy who's trying to find his family. I think it's his father specifically in this sort of world. Is that meat actually okay? I mean, that's another question too. That's another question. In this world, it's pretty tasty. But I suppose that's a common thing, isn't it? The story is about meat. It's a common horror trope. Bio meat looks old. It's it's not that old, surely. It's not that old, surely. When did bio meat come out? When did bio meat come out? It doesn't have a wiki. uh it looks like there's multiple ones for it. Because there's Nectar, which came out in 2000. Wait, the wiki founding. Is set in the far off year of 2002, I guess. When did Biomeat come out? Again, so. I guess it was called Biomeat Nectar? And not just Biomeat? It was 2000 to 2002, 105 chapters. Look, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's worthwhile. I say as I haven't finished it myself. It's got that old school shonen charm. It's got that old school shonen charm to it. But horror. It kind of reminds me of some visual novels from that time frame. Like a little bit of Yu Yu Hakusho dashed into it too. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Biomeat wasn't super graphic, but it was a horror survival type thing. Or at least I don't remember it being super graphic. Again, I think MPD Psycho is probably one of the more graphic ones that I really recall. But it's honestly pretty hard to beat, I think. Although, maybe the stakes have risen since Attack on Titan and everything, you know? Since that's become more of a baseline. Not that Attack on Titan is worse than, or like more graphic than MPD, it's just, if Attack on Titan is more like a mainstream shonen show, then what does the weird shonen shows look like, or like seinen shows look like, or manga? I don't know if a lot of them would get animated, but maybe some of them would become live action, like MPD did, which I've never seen. What boundaries have been pushed? The premise is kind of weird for Biomeat. Let me see. Okay, so the one of the premises for Biomeat Nectar. Japan was in need of food. Bioengineers had the solution. Biomeat, a thing which feeds on everything but glass and vinyl. In return, they produce an endless supply of food. One day, a biomeat escapes into the city. What will happen with a killing machine on the loose? A pandemic. Well, things happen, you know. It depends on how bad the pandemic is, too. It depends on how bad the pandemic is, too. Okay, we're on Tritons. There have been weirder premises. I've started with that, I'm sure. Bug snacks? I don't know what bug snacks is. Bug snacks? Oh, no, I did not want to go to this. Did not want to go to this. I would say not. I would say not. This looks way too child-friendly for one. Besides, this looks not exactly like Pokemon, but closer to that. It's very dark. You say so. I want to say it's on the Switch. How bad can it be? Okay. Headfat Buster Chick. Oh, thank you for the follow, Wonder Asmer. Thank you for the follow. I'm going to do. You can't hear because of the filter. I need to work on that. Actually, I'm going to do an unusual stretch. Give me a second. This might look a little strange. Can I? I wonder if I can do this. Can I stretch this way and still be caught on camera? Probably not. Okay. I can't keep my head up and do this stretch at the same time. Oh, I can sort of. No, I'm dipping too low. I'm dipping too low. Okay. Okay. Let's see. You eat the creatures, and the character's body gets replaced with food. Hmm. Wait. Switch is hentai games? Really? I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Not first party, sure. No, I shouldn't say first party. Not like unmodded, surely. Not unmodded. No, but the way you're describing that honestly sounds more like a Frankenfran type of story than Biomeat. Okay, and posture check. I'm going to fix that. I just did the stretch and then I immediately went into non-proper pose. Let me fix that. Okay. Oh wow. Huh. Sorry, just checking something out. Otherwise, sure, you can link an article. What kind? Oh, yeah. You can. Is it like a journalistic article? Okay, it is. What game is this? What game is this? Oh, didn't they actually have like there was some big deal about it on the DS? Like there was a touching game way back when. Because it was a big deal with the stylus. Hmm. I don't remember what that game was, except it was something about finding witches. Oh, what was it? It was a DS game, right? eShop? Still, the fact that they allowed it in the eShop. Hmm. You remember that game too, right? It was it Doki Doki Maho Shinpan or Majo? Majo. Sorry, I read J's like that. SH. Doki Doki Majo Shinpan. Thump Thump Witch Judgment or Heart Pounding Magical Investigation. That's what it was. Yes, I remember the big deal that that game came out. And it was a DS game. And it was a DS game. So, not directly, exactly, just edging very close to it, I suppose. Although, for, let me see. I suppose it might also be a case of. Oh, okay, so it is. Just looking at the article for this, the journalistic article about this game, the surprise game on the Switch, and oh, maybe it's a bit like the older game, the heart thumping magical witch investigation game, where it's dancing around the topic, but not exactly as bad as it would be on other, not as bad as you can get on the PC, honestly. But no, it is. They go there. They go there, apparently. Or at least partially there. They get to maybe like first or second base, metaphorically. I think that's what it looks like. It's hard to tell. It's like It's a £2 game in terms of price on here. It's a £2 game. How bad can it be? It might really only be first or second base. So, just not dancing, but not quite to. It's not a home run. It's not a home run, so I don't know if you can celebrate quite yet. It's not something to celebrate quite yet. But again, I don't know if Nintendo would allow that sort of content, a home run. Let's see. We were at Triton Tidecaller. We finished with the Flood. And the cast a spell of water and destruction, command beasts of the sea, and reveal divine proclamation. I think we covered that. Baseball metaphors? It's one of the few things I know. Steam started. Steam didn't always allow that sort of game, though. You had to have patches. You had to have patches for that content. You might still actually need patches for some games, depending. I want to say, I was just listening to Meatloaf. I was just listening to Meatloaf the other day. And that one has the baseball metaphor, right? Paradise by the Dashboard Light. Does have it, right? You know that song, right? I don't know if people know it by that name, though, actually. You don't use Meatloaf? What is it? I think people might know it better as the Do You Love Me song. But there's an entire section, this is a long song, where they have an interlude with okay, here we go. We got a real pressure cooker going here. 2 down, nobody on, no score, bottom of the ninth. There's the wind up, and there it is. A line shot up the middle. Look at him go. This boy can really fly. He's rounding first and really turning it on now. He's not letting up at all. He's gonna try for second. The ball is bobbled out in center, and here comes the throw, and what a throw. Things like that. That's the first section. There's another, it's not even half. It's not quite half of the metaphor. The baseball metaphor in Paradise by the Dashboard Light. You don't play baseball? I don't play baseball either. And when it comes to those games, I think I'm trying to remember. I think there were a couple games that I've played that had patches, but I don't necessarily know if it was strictly for that. I don't know if it was strictly for that. I think there was some other content that was also a bit on the edge where they patched it in. Or maybe may have actually instead been a case. I feel like I played Higurashi patched for some reason, but I don't know why. I don't know why it would have needed a patch. That's the question. Maybe it was for... Actually, it may have been for alternate sprites. It may have been for alternate sprites. Art patch then. Because there are some people who are very picky about their Higurashi sprites. Very passionate over which version they want to watch. Or play through as it is. Let's see. So we have Triton Spy, Triton Tidecaller. We have the Triton Submariner. And so we have 2 more to go. I've never played or watched Yumi Neko. Ever. I know very little about the series aside from the song. Well, I say song. The Oh Desire song. I like that song a lot. It's very difficult. And I believe Frederica and I guess the parrot. I don't think there's actually a parrot, but just whenever I think of Oh Desire, I think of that parrot. There's a pasta, like a cooking pasta parrot. I shouldn't even say pirate. I think it's a parakeet. They're worth getting the original sound novel for. Mm. Yeah. Is that no, it's a parrot. It's a photo. Um Parakeet. Where is it? Maybe this is just another old thing. I don't know the name of the song anymore. What is the name of that song? The O Desire song. La Divina Tragedia, I guess. I suppose I'll just have to find it. It doesn't seem to exist anymore. Or rather, it's not captured. I will have to dig it out. I probably still have a picture of it. Of this parakeet, that every single time I think of this song, I think of this little parakeet. Now I feel bad that no one else knows what I'm talking about. It's not a seagull. It is, I swear, it is a parakeet in a in like a dollhouse. It's a parakeet in a dollhouse. I don't know why. I don't know why. I'll just have to dig it out. I'll post it later on Twitter. I'll post it later on Twitter if I can find it. Unless this was a fever dream. I highly doubt it was a fever dream. I don't get sick that easily. We have 2 more monsters. After that, I'll go digging around. I'll go digging around to see if I can find this parakeet. I understand that Umineko is like when the seagulls cry. So it would make sense if it were a seagull, but it is not. It's a real-life photograph. So the Triton Submariner is group organized intelligence. For a weapon, it has a harpoon for the best of 2d8 damage, 6 hit points, and 3 armor. It has ranges of close, near, and far, and special qualities aquatic. The Triton are not a militant race by nature. They shy away from battle except when the Sahagin attack, and then they only defend themselves and retreat into the depths where their foes can't follow. This trend begins to change. As the Tide Callers come to rally their people, some Triton men and women take up arms. They call these generals submariners and build for them armor of shells and hardened glass. They swim in formation, and wielding pikes and harpoons, and attack the crews of ships that wander too far from port. Watch for their pennants of kelp on the horizon, and the conch cry of a call to battle, and keep, if you can, your boats near shore. Instinct to wage war. Special moves include lead Tritons to battle, and pull them beneath the waves. So I guess the closest thing that they have to like a base thing, a base horde creature, would be the spies, but they're solitary, so these feel a bit very strange in here because again, none of these seem to be described as horde. It's solitary for the spy, the Tide Caller is group, the Submariner is group, and the last one is the Noble, which I will read in a second. The Triton Noble, group, organized, intelligent. A trident for d8 damage, 6 hit points, and they have 2 armor. They have special qualities of aquatic, and their ranges are close, near, and far. Far with a trident? Triton Noble. The Triton ruling houses were chosen, they say, at the dawn of time, granted lordship over all the races of the sea by some now forgotten god. These bloodlines continue, passing rulership from father to daughter and mother to son through the ages. Each is allowed to rule their city in whatever way they choose, some alone or with their spouses, others in council of brothers and sisters. In ages past, they were known for their sagacity, and bloodlines of even temper were respected above all else. The Tidecaller's prophecy is changing that. Nobles are expected to be strong, not wise. The nobles have begun to respond, and it is feared by some that the ancient blood is changing forever. It may be too late to turn back. Time and tide wait for none. Instinct to lead. Other moves include stir Tritons to war, call reinforcements. So it's implying here very much the plot line of Tritons is that they were fine until recently. Time and tide wait for none, for no man. And they're not waiting for the Tritons either. But the Tritons are changing, they are mutating. That's the concept here, I suppose. I mean, one of them was literally special qualities mutations for the Tidecallers. So another Eldritch kind of feeling here. So the first one is the Queen Formian thing, which is just nature, pure nature. Next one was fiendish influence on the Horde with the gnolls. Then we have the Orcs, which is a kind of a divine thing. It's a divine thing. And here we have Eldritch. So I guess it's choose your flavor of Horde. Do you want the corruption of the Tritons? Do you want the... I guess, like fiendish versus divine. Is there really a difference, I suppose? I suppose the fiend is more like reveling for the sheer joy and bloodshed of it versus the orc, which is a grudge, an eternal grudge sort of deal. And then just, there's a word for this. It's not divine. Or nature. Another word instead of nature to describe it. I'm bound to figure it out. I'm going to come up with it in 2 hours. I'm going to find it in 2 hours. Let's see. Can I do this real quick. Just needed to close something. I am going to bring it up. Actually, I wonder if I should... I won't bother. I have here the list. This is the tier list of all the current stuff. Been adding to the list, my tier list. This is kind of a coolness factor, how fun they would be to play with or against, depending on if you're DM or PC. It's more of a general feeling sort of base for the tier list. And there's no bias here. There's no bias whatsoever. Completely unbiased view. I don't remember the difference between objective and subjective. This is the logical ranking. Absolutely. You can absolutely help push something up or down a notch or two. Let's see. I kind of want to just grab all of these and put them in F. The Formians. F or Formian. I don't want to deal with the insectoids. I don't. You cannot make me deal with the insectoids. I am going to drop this guy in F. Actually, I do want to say, I don't know if they're necessarily as bad as the maggot squid. I don't think they're quite as bad as a maggot squid, honestly. It might just be in D. They're not inspiring. I don't really want to deal with them because of what they are, but they're not nearly as discussing a concept as the maggot squid was. But I'm not really super interested in the Formians, honestly. If we reflavor them a bit, I suppose. If we reflavor them a bit, perhaps. Maybe I'm just over it. Actually, I'm going to undo this. I can also zoom in a bit more. Actually, I wonder... Can I... Oh, I probably can't. I was wondering, like, can I layer this in with me somehow? And I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can. It might be a little awkward. Unless I simply... Well, maybe I can move myself. Give me a second. I can move myself. To the side. I can't move over that far. I can't move over that far. Give me a second, I'll move myself. Move over here. Better. And now I can hopefully make this bigger. Let's see. I think this is the biggest I can make it. And then I can zoom in on the actual thing, on the actual list. Although this was a lot easier when the list was much smaller. A lot easier. So... I can't fully see it. I don't know what I could do to make that better, honestly. So we still have the Formian Queen, and I was about to add, I think, a new row in here. Oh, no, I didn't want to do that. I'm going to do this. We're going to delete the contents, and then simply add in the queen. It feels, normally for things like this where I have multiple monsters of a type, usually the leader gets bumped up one because at least they're intelligent. There's like an intelligence bonus on here. But insectoids, I'd rather not. I would just rather not. Orcs and gnolls. I want to say the trains were kind of disappointing, honestly. I was expecting a bit more. I think there's more fun to be had with them than some of the other groups. So I'm gonna pop them over here, and I'm actually going to... Maybe if I make this wider, that might be a better option. I will probably make it wider then. But I can't do that right now. I'll do it later. So we're going to copy that. We're going to delete everything except for the last one. Delete the last one here. Excellent. I wonder if I can do a strike through. Hold on, really quickly. Can I do a strike through? This does not deserve to be called this. I can do a strike through. We're gonna call it a scout. We're not strike through this. Let me... Oh, I have to choose that. We're going to remove that. It's our game. We can call it what we want. They're not a spy, they're a scout. Unless I missed something huge the entire concept, which I don't really think I did, again. Unless there's another definition for spy. I suppose the whole concept of they're slowly changing and they're in the process of becoming a horde is kind of neat. But not neat enough. I think I'd rather play with orcs or gnolls in concept, generally. Unless there was something specific about the game that was water-based, which is also valid. Reading about biomeat? Or reading biomeat? Yes, and there's, again, 105 chapters. So you can lose quite a bit of time. It was a weekly. It was a weekly. I like gnolls. I think a lot of people like gnolls in general. The emissary. It feels weird to break them up a bit. Could finish it if you wanted to. I think the problem is when I was reading it, it wasn't all... It was still coming out. It was still being translated, which was the problem. So I actually had to read it weekly after a certain point. I think that was also when Frank and Fran was being translated. Frank and Fran, how old is Frank and Fran? 2006 to 2012? Yeah. I was reading Frank and Fran when it was being translated. Or when it was coming out as well. But again, I didn't finish it. I dropped off. Common, low to mid. I haven't run into too many gnolls though, honestly. Well, I want to say it's fantasy games usually run mid to common, low to mid enemies because how many people want to start at level 1? They want to start at the beginning. How many games never get out of that? How many games die in the cradle? It's not pleasant, but that's the reason why I think they're more common to run across. Games don't usually get up that high in level. 9%, yeah. Yeah. I've had some DMs though that like to jumpstart at a higher level. So being able to break out some things, and depending on what system you run to, things may be fine at low levels because most games are just going to run at the low levels and they get broken at higher levels because they don't really expect anyone to actually play them, or they didn't really play test it themselves. 5-use jumpstart, yeah. Just skip the entire first tier. That's what I've seen done. That's what I've seen done. Or you play a one-shot at level 20 or something like that, so you can break out all the really busted stuff. Level 1, yeah, but a lot of times you do have someone new. I went to say, I've played D&D 5e with people who have played before, and now when people are starting new things, they want to play other systems. We break out other things. We break out other things instead of D&D. Unless there's a special reason, but for one-shots, just don't bother. Play something else. Or for mini campaigns, play something else. But yeah, D&D is the gateway game. Although I think you could totally get people in with the gateway of some other games, with party games more so instead. For the people who are like, oh, I want to play D&D, but I don't know if I enjoy it or whatever, don't get them steeped into D&D quite yet. Get them in with something else. Get them in with a party RPG. Get them in with everyone is John. Everybody is John. Get them in with Dread or 10 candles might be a bit heavy. 10 candles might be a bit heavy, but something lighter like that. Get them into a one-page game, perhaps. Less rules, less investment. One shot. See if they're good players. See if they're fun. See if they enjoy themselves doing it. Dread, yeah. Not a beginner. Rules-wise, yes. Rules-wise, yes. In terms of everything else, no. But again, it really depends on... I'm thinking about the people that I would play it with again. I say again. I've played it twice, I think, so far. Well, I'll play... No, we're not playing that version. We're not playing that version. I would refuse to play that version of 10 Candles. I could not do that. I could not do that. For those who don't know, 10 Candles is an RPG tabletop game where the light has gone out in the world is the short of it. Something has come. Something has happened. And you have 10 candles as your timer for the game. And every time a scene ends, you snuff a candle. The game is one step closer to completion. Once all the lights are out on that table, after all 10 scenes are played through, the game is over. You're each playing a survivor in the game, someone who is alive. They have flaws, they have strengths, They have a guiding reason to live. And there are, in the base book, alternate scenarios they could play through that they have suggestions for. One of them is, instead of being human survivors, you're dogs. The people are gone. Why is that? The light has gone out. And probably there's a better way for me to phrase that in terms of the light has gone out. It's been a long time since I played, a couple years. It's a tragic horror game, I should state. 10 Candles is a game where you start as however many survivors as there are players. Every player has a survivor. No one is alive at the end. And you know this going into the game. Yeah, you're looking for your owners. I could not do it. So, it's a good Halloween game if you're in for a depressing ending. It's supposed to be 2 to 4 hours because that's how long your candles last. If you're playing digitally though, you might want to have a timer on the candles because your candles you have to, I would highly suggest, they do say it's a zero prep tabletop game. It's not zero prep. Check to see how long your candles last. Seriously. You don't want your candles to last too long. You do not want the game to drag out. I've played it before and I tested the candles to make sure because my initial candles that I bought for the game, I was the hostess. I was not the master of the game. The initial candles I bought lasted far too long. You want tea candles. You do not want ones that last forever. You also want candles that are strong enough to burn cards, index cards. And you want a place to like dip it, so like there's a little bit of prep there. So, the description of 10 Candles. 10 Candles is a zero prep tabletop storytelling game designed for one-shot 2 to 4 hour sessions of tragic horror. It is best played with 1 GM and 3 to 5 players. By the light of 10 tea light candles which provide atmosphere, act as a countdown timer for the game, and allow you to literally burn your character sheet away as you play. 10 Candles is described as a tragic horror game rather than a survival horror for one main reason. In 10 Candles, there are no survivors. In the final scene of the game, when only 1 candle remains, all of the characters will die. In this, 10 Candles is not a game about winning or beating the monsters. Instead, it is a game about what happens in the dark and about those who try to survive within it. It is a game about being pushed to the brink of madness and despair, searching for hope in a hopeless world, and trying to do something meaningful with your final few hours left. Yes, so that is 10 Candles.
10 Candles is a storytelling tabletop.
What? I didn't think that was going to be a YouTube video. Yes, oh yes, the audio recording. That was really fun. It was really fun. I have the book. I have a physical book as well as the PDF, but I don't have the PDF with me right now. But yeah, so you're supposed to make a recording from the perspective of each character. And there's a chant that you do in between each scene that you count down. It's really good when you play in the right atmosphere. If you play in person with the candles, with the audio tape. I actually had, or when I was the hostess, I had an old school one with an actual tape with the grittiness and the lights out. But you still need a little bit of light. You need to be able to see a little bit, so you can't turn everything out. But getting rid of, I think, like the tiny little annoying lights is worthwhile too. Just having maybe a little bit of low light in the background. Okay. Yes. So I think it could be someone's first RPG if you know that they're really into depressing things like that. I think it could still work. You say that as your shot, and all I can think of is, so when I was hosting that game, I was sharing a home with my family, and thinking about that audio recorder is still there. That recording might still be on it. That recording might still be on that tape. I don't know where that tape recorder is. I don't know where that tape is. Especially because I think that one of the players created like I remember it made no sense when he was recording it. It made no sense to us. But it made sense in hindsight once we learned that I think his flaw was that he was a serial masturbator or something. Just kind of okay. Maybe out of context, people. Yeah, I don't 100% remember. I don't have any sort of recording of it aside from the audio tape, of which it made no sense at the time. Yes, thank you, Donta McGee, for the follow. I'm talking about 10 Candles right now. It's a survival, not survival. It's a tragic horror tabletop RPG one shot, and yes, that was part of my table. I want to also say that the flaws and the skills that you get are kind of group generated. It's the kind of thing where the person to your left or to your right will influence your character. So you are given your flaw by someone else. You were given your flaw by someone else, I think. I do remember that. I think it may have been a case of what I saw you doing in the dark, that sort of thing, that you wouldn't want necessarily other people to know. Yeah, yeah, we knew each other fairly well. We knew each other fairly well. We have played Cards Against Humanity more than once together, but not too many times. Not too many times. I think we actually played a different game that was just as bad together. What was it? The sort of thing where you have to act out terrible things like Cocaine Bear. Not that Cocaine Bear is like all that bad on the scale, but just to give you an idea, memes of the age, acting them out and having other people guess them. Although I think acting out was perhaps the second level of that game. What was that game called? It was a party game again. It was Monikers. It was Monikers, if you know what that game was. I think we picked it up because there was an expansion, a collection for it that included stuff by the McElroys, who run the Adventure Zone. They also have their own podcast, my brother, and me. So there was an expansion for that because we listened to those podcasts. So we got the entire game set. So there were some things that some people didn't know about. The dark humor. Yes. So we kind of covered a lot of things already. Like, oh, and there's another like dark humor game. I was just talking about it the day before. There's someone who has a couple of their games. They like kickstart every one of their games. It's a horrible comic for horrible people. What is the comic with that tagline? Oh, comic for horrible people, if I write that up. It's not that. What is it called? Yeah. And they have card games. Like Trolley Problem is one of theirs. Happiness and Cyanide, yes. Happiness and Cyanide. So they put out 3 different games. One of them, second one is Trolley Problem. Trolley Problem is not great. What is the other one? Oh, it's Trial by Trolley. My bad. That is the name of it. But it is essentially the Trolley Problem. It's the publisher. Designer Scott Hauser? Oh, never mind. Publisher Skybound. They had their first one was a game of creating a comic of theirs. That was the first one. What was it called? Venus Cyanide Games. Party games. You like the concept? Joking Hazard. Joking Hazard was good, and that also taught us a lot about each other, unfortunately. Fortunately. So we could delve into like the tragic horror after knowing that there were not nearly as many limits as you would expect after going through Joking Hazard. Oh, and I was playing Master Dater a few weeks ago. I got to play Master Dater, and I am going to pop on the screen so you think. Let's see, can I open the image? I can. Oh, this is rather small. I made a tweet about it. It's a bit. This is it. This is it. This is Master Dater. Yeah, I was playing Master Dater. It's a messed up dating game. So someone is the. You remember the game? Yeah. Thank you for that. So, in this game, it's the same sort of situation where you have a judge and everyone else appealing to the judge. It's one of those types of party games. The judge brings out 3 cards that describe the eligible bachelor, or bachelorette as it is. In this case, this one is interested in weird little guys. I need someone who is soft and squishy to the touch. And fun fact about me, I like pain. So you're trying to create, out of heads and bodies, a bachelor that would be suitable to this. Or bachelorette. Yeah. So. Yes, weird little guys. Oh, gnomes. Not into gnomes. Not into gnomes. So, yes, you can end up with a bunch of things. And everyone in the particular round that I was playing, I think there was something about. There was something about dick sucking in one of the top 2 card types. So, you see how the cards have like a heart, a flame, and a star? In order to win the game, you need to have at least one of each of those different types of cards. And I think the first one to probably either 5 points or the number of players of points. But again, you need the variety of points to win. So one of those top 2 cards was something about that. And because of the nature of the rest of it, it was hard to appeal to. Everyone went for the same exact concept. They just focused on trying to win that one card. And it's really hard. So there's the top here of a shark and the bottom of a cat lady, the top of a puppet frog and the bottom of a bank robber, the top of a mime and the bottom of a snake. So someone had both gimp cards, the top of a gimp and the bottom of a gimp. And it was just kind of a, I'm here for one purpose and one purpose only. And they just slammed those cards down. It was kind of a, I've lost. I cannot compete with that. No matter what I throw out, it's a waste. And you can't. We already had placed our cards down. You can't take it back. So I just have to kind of eat the loss. Eat the loss. So yeah, Master Dater is fun, but it's another one of those games where you want to play with friends or people that will become friends. You don't want to bring this out with your family or people that you're not familiar with already, unless you want to make friends really quickly or enemies really quickly, I think. But they never, I want to say, Cyanide and Happiness, they don't make games for good people, do they? They make good games for bad people? Is that the way it goes? I think they describe them as bad games for bad people, but they're not bad games. Except Charlie Problem. Charlie Problem wasn't great, as I said. Okay, I have orcs left. So many orcs left. I feel like I should break these orcs up. I didn't break up the other ones. I felt like they go best in groups. Blood Warrior feels a bit like a cop-out. That's going in the same area as the Dwarven Warrior. It's kind of a, yay. It's, everyone is a part of this group. If you're not a berserker, breaker, shaman, slaver, shadow hunter, or war chief, you're a blood warrior. Even if you're like 2 years old. Good massages. Why? Because big hands? Because big muscles? Is that it? Hmm. I will say it's easier for massaging people to like do it if you have like more strength behind you, I guess. But after a certain point, you need to have like a delicacy to it too, right? I would imagine. Hmm. Okay, berserkers. Berserkers and breakers are fine. I'll put them up here. Ah, I'm going to move them down. Sasha knows. It's all about the grip. I really thought it was about pressure. I have done a bit of massage, and well, I took a class on it. I learned a little bit, and I remember having a lot of a lot of problems getting like the real strength behind it. I guess like putting enough pressure, but I think that if you have like too much strength, that could be a problem. Depending, like you don't want to break someone with it necessarily. Undo the knots in your cousin's back. That sounds nice. I haven't gotten that done in a very, very long time. But yeah, you need a lot of muscle in order to like break through that sort of thing, right? When it's a bigger person. When it's a physically bigger person. But when you're dealing with someone smaller, you've never had it done, it kind of hurts. It kind of hurts. But at the same time, it hurts good. Yes, yes, it's worth trying at least once. It's worth trying at least once. Especially, like hand and feet massages. Yeah, yeah, you definitely want to try it out if you can. If you can afford it, just try it out once. See if you enjoy it. Like maybe it's not for you. Maybe it's too personal might be kind of a weird way to put it, but like having other people touch you can be off-putting. Like maybe you might not be able to overcome that sort of issue potentially. But if you can, it, the way it feels afterwards, it's really nice. Being too good. Yeah, I guess it might be the problem of like you get it done once and then, oh no, I really liked it. I want to go back. But can I afford to go back? Can you afford to go back? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm. I remember back in the day, Groupon was a thing. So that was the kind of thing that you might be able to pick up like cheap once but never go back again for. Uh, mm. I know some people who go like every 2 weeks, every month or so. That would be a nice treat. That would be a nice treat. But mm, depends on the kind of area you're in too, I suppose, like the cost of it. And I guess there are different types too, right? It's not all the same type of massage. There might be something cheaper out there. There might be something cheaper out there. Okay. Shaman, let's say. Shaman are fine too. Mm, actually, I think because they have such a variety in what they can do, that bumps them up. Yarr. Let's put them over here too. And the Shadow Hunters. This is something that I've not really seen a whole lot of. I think that's actually a cool concept. I'm gonna bump them up here. I'm also going to. And then we have the Orc War Chief. I'm going to leave him down. Oh, actually, I can do this. That's fine. I also really like the Iron Sword of Ages. Oh, actually, you know what? I think that it's going to go this way. That means actually I'm going to be this entire row and put it down below. We're going to delete the Shadow Hunter here and make this row literally everything but Shadow Hunters. There we go. Yeah, I think the Orc War Chief with the Iron Sword of Ages. That's neat. And the Bear of the Ancient Grudge. I like that. I like that. I know it's kind of a headcanon for the passing on of that through the sword, but I think that could be fun. I think that could be something to be played with there. And that's it for all the Ravenous Hordes. All the Ravenous Hordes have been dealt with. I'm going to move this down. Should be moved down. Every time I look at this, I'm gonna have to reformat this because it won't fit on one page anymore in a nice widescreen view. So, War Chief at A. B for the Gnolls and for the Orc Shaman and Shadow Hunter. C for the Tritons and the rest of the Orcs. Oh, most of the rest of the Orcs, I should say. And Formians are at Z, along with the Orc Blood Warrior, because... what? Oh, standard. Standard. Bog standard Orc. And... that's about it for tonight, it looks like. We have covered all the Ravenous Hordes. And that means... next week, if I can't get into the library again, it's going to be the Twisted Experiments, which will include Chimera, the Kraken, owlbears, and a couple of monsters you may not necessarily expect. But again, this is all available for free on the SRD or Dungeon World. Kraken? Yeah, Kraken is an experiment. Wizard experiments gone wrong. There's a couple other ones in there that are a bit more surprising, like Chimera. Yes, Chimeras, obviously. That's a very common trope. But Kraken? Kraken? Looking at some of these other ones, yeah. I wouldn't necessarily point at a... I wouldn't point at a Darrow and think that that is a... at least not what I think a Darrow is. I wouldn't point at that and say that that's something... a wizard did that. A wizard did that. Not really. Wizards, no sense of right or wrong. Oh, I see. I'm sorry, I'm reading ahead a little bit on the Darrow. Like, I see what tack they took with that. I see what tack they took with Darrows. Okay. And let's see. What is going on elsewhere? Bullets? Yeah, they're also putting bullets as experiments. It will all be explained next week when we go through the experiments. It will make sense. It will make sense. They justify their existence there. At least after doing a quick read of the Darrow, I believe in what I know what they're going to do for the bullet. Also, I read them as bullet. I don't know if it's meant to be read as bullets or bullets, but you got the spelling right. You got the spelling right. So who is up and... is there anyone reading? Is there anyone else reading? Sorry, just reading some of the titles in here. It's a bit... what is this? It's a bit... finding someone who's doing this sort of thing. Oh, yeah, I realized that. Maybe I should actually... yes, yes. My tweet was, I should have put that, I should have included that image in the first place. I should have included that tweet, that image in the first place. That was my bad. That was my bad. I'm going to check out this person really quick. See, I'm going to be muting my system sound so you won't hear this anymore. Okay. Good. But again, it's a bit unfortunate that there doesn't seem to be anyone who's reading right now. So we're going to move to someone else who's doing ASMR. Or not someone I've rated and see before. I think they're doing like talking, but also a bit more traditional ASMR. So let's see. For a second, I thought I still heard the tapping, but that's just my headphones creaking. It's just my headphones creaking. Fortunate. Let's see. So, upcoming in this week. So, I think I'm going to be doing on Tuesday, Everdell. And on Wednesday, we're going to be doing more Bloodstains. We're going to be doing more Bloodstains. Otherwise, Saturday is still up in the air. I will have something figured out by Tuesday. And on Tuesday morning-ish, I will be tweeting out a schedule. I swear. It'll be Tuesday. Before stream. And Sunday it will be doing more reading. The question is whether or not it's going to be monsters or something else. If I can get my hands on something else beforehand, a Cat Who book. Do that. But meantime, we're going to be reading Sterling Art, who is not reading, they're talking and doing traditional tricks. So they have a 3DO. Impressed a little bit. It sounds pretty good. Thank you again very much for coming and helping me get through the dungeon hordes. The Ravenous Hordes, rather. And I hope to see you again soon. Thank you and have a good night.